What if the police car had just driven normally? It was the spring of 1996. Inside a cramped office in Dundee, Scotland, a team of programmers were watching their game fall apart in real time. The project was called Race and Chase. The concept was simple enough, a top-down multiplayer driving game, some players as criminals, others as cops. The criminals ran, the cops chased. Clean, manageable, the kind of thing you could pitch to a publisher without sweating, except the cops weren't chasing, they were ramming. They were spinning into walls and rolling through intersections and T-boning each other at full speed in ways that nobody had written into the code. The police AI had glitched somewhere in the programming, a value assigned incorrectly. A system that had decided entirely on its own that the correct response to seeing a player's car was to pursue it with the single-minded rage of something that had nothing left to lose. The programmers watched this for a moment. Then somebody picked up a controller. Then they started laughing. Gary Penn, one of the team members who had been watching the project limp toward its own end for months, described what those sessions were like. The game was in trouble. Development had been painful from the beginning, 12 months of technical problems and a core loop that nobody found genuinely exciting. Race and Chase was supposed to ship in July 1996 after 18 months of work. It was already March. They were nowhere near ready. The publisher was asking questions the team didn't have good answers for, and then the police AI broke, and suddenly the cops were driving like they had absolutely nothing to live for, and something in that chaos, something in the feeling of being hunted by something unpredictable and slightly deranged, clicked. They didn't fix the bug. They made it the game, that single decision made in a rented office above the ghost of a fish and chip shop is where Grand Theft Auto starts. Not in a boardroom, not in a strategy meeting, in a moment when a group of tired developers saw something chaotic and unexpected and thought, actually, what if we just let it be that? Everything that came after, the controversies, the congressional hearings, the billion-dollar launches, the fastest-selling entertainment product in human history, every piece of it traces a direct line back to that afternoon. A broken police car and the instinct to follow what was funny instead of correcting it. The game would be renamed. The team would be bought and sold 3 times before a single copy reached a shelf. The concept would be sharpened and rebuilt and nearly cancelled twice more. But the soul of Grand Theft Auto, the feeling of a world that pushes back, of authority as something to be outrun, of chaos as the point and not the problem, that came from a glitch nobody planned, which means, in a strange way, GTA was always an accident, the most profitable accident in the history of entertainment. The scale of that profit is worth establishing before we get into how it happened, because it provides context for every decision that follows. Grand Theft Auto, as a franchise, across all its titles, across 3 decades of commercial history, has sold over 415 million units globally as of 2026. The specific jewel of that catalogue, Grand Theft Auto V, has sold 230 million copies alone. For comparison, the highest-grossing film franchise in history, Marvel's Avengers series, has taken 20 films across 15 years to earn roughly $23 billion at the global box office. Grand Theft Auto V has earned approximately $8.5 billion from a single game over 13 years, and that game is still being sold in 2026 alongside GTA 6. These are not gaming numbers. These are entertainment industry numbers at a scale that films and television and music rarely achieve. The franchise that started with a police car glitch in a Scottish office is, by any reasonable measure, one of the most commercially successful creative works in human history. How it got there, through controversy and near cancellation and corporate buyouts and political scandals, and the largest entertainment product launch in history, is the story we're going to tell. Before we go any further into that story, if you're new here and this is the first thing you've seen on your channel name, this is what we do. long, fully researched deep dives into the games and the worlds you love. No rush, no filler. If that sounds like your kind of thing, the subscribe button is right there, and we'll be doing this for a very long time. Now, back to Scotland, because before there was Grand Theft Auto, there was DMA Design. And before there was DMA Design, there was a group of teenagers who spent their evenings in a community computer club in one of the least likely places in the world to produce a global entertainment empire. The story of why GTA exists starts roughly a decade before that police car glitch. It starts in 1984 in an industrial city on the eastern coast of Scotland with 4 young men who were very good at writing code and had absolutely no idea what they were about to build. Dundee in the 1980s was not a place you'd think to look for the future of gaming. The city had been built on jute mills and shipbuilding, industries that had spent the previous century declining until they were barely memories. The Timex factory on the edge of town was one of the largest employers left, and even that was shrinking. The city had a reputation for grit and a chip on its shoulder about it. What it also had, buried inside a local technical college, was a computer club. The Kingsway Amateur Computer Club met in the evenings. The machines available were the ones that teenagers in 1984 could actually afford or borrow. Sinclair Spectrums, Commodore 64s, a +4 here and there. The members ranged in age, experience and ambition. David Jones was among the oldest, a pragmatic young man with a talent for programming who had recently gotten work at the local Timex plant. Russell Kay was there, Steve Hammond was there, and Mike Daly, the youngest regular, joined in 1984 at the recommendation of a friend, carrying a Commodore Plus Chavio he'd received as a Christmas gift. These 4 would eventually make Grand Theft Auto. But in 1984, they were just kids messing around with code, making breakout clones and shooter prototypes, and sharing them with each other over the hum of machines in a college basement. They didn't know they were building anything. They were just building. David Jones was the one who pushed furthest. He began developing a space shooter on the Amiga, a game he eventually called Menace, and he took it to a publisher called Psygnosis with the kind of confidence that young programmers sometimes have when they've never had a meeting go badly. Psygnosis signed him to a 6-game deal. Jones decided at that point that university was less important than games. His professors disagreed. Jones dropped out and started hiring his friends. The company they formed needed a name. Jones and his colleagues were working heavily with the Amiga at the time, spending their nights in the Amiga programming manuals, and somewhere in that documentation they kept encountering a technical term, DMA, Direct Memory Access. It sounded cool, it sounded professional. They also joked privately that it stood for doesn't mean anything. Both versions circulated, both were true. DMA Design opened its first proper offices in 1989 above a former fish and chip shop. The smell, reportedly, lingered for some time. The team was young, most of them still under 20, and largely self-taught, and they had a publishing deal with one of the most respected labels in British gaming, and they were working out of a room that smelled like old grease. They made Menace. They made Blood Money. They made games that reviewed well in the British gaming press and gave the studio a reputation as a team that could produce quality on limited hardware. Then, in 1991, they made Lemmings. There is no way to overstate how important Lemmings was to what came later. The game was a puzzle title, small creatures marching in a straight line toward doom, the player assigning roles to save as many as possible before they walked off cliffs or into traps. It was simple, clever, addictive, and almost accidentally brilliant. Lemmings sold approximately 20 million copies across more than 20 platforms. It ran on everything from the Amiga to the Game Boy to the Macintosh. It made DMA Design solvent, it made DMA Design famous, and it bought the studio the kind of financial breathing room that small developers almost never have, the room to try things that might not work. That breathing room is where Grand Theft Auto was quietly funded. Jones had been thinking about a different kind of game. He had grown up watching the American movies that were flooding British cinemas in the 1980s, cop thrillers, car chases, heist films that lingered on the geography of cities and the physics of violence. He was interested in cities as game environments. He was interested in the feeling of driving in a place that had its own logic and danger. He wanted to build something that was less about moving from level to level and more about being inside a world. In March 1995, development on that game began. The project had a working title. It was called Race and Chase, and for the next 18 months, it was a nightmare. The core team was relatively inexperienced. The ambition of the project was larger than anything DMA had attempted. Lemmings had been elegant in its simplicity, a small stage, a finite number of creatures, clearly defined rules. What Jones was attempting now was something else entirely, a top-down open environment with multiple cities, competing factions, moving traffic, pedestrians, missions, police responses, and a player who could choose what to do at any given moment. The systems refused to cooperate with each other. The performance was poor. The feel was wrong. By the time the scheduled July 1996 launch came and went without a finished game, publisher BMG Interactive was asking uncomfortable questions about what exactly was happening in Dundee. What was happening was a development team fighting through a project that was too ambitious, too complicated, and, by most accounts, not particularly fun. The game looked fine, the city moved, cars drove around, you could complete objectives, but there was nothing about it that made you want to keep playing. The whole thing sat somewhere in the territory of technically adequate and spiritually empty. Gary Penn said later that the project was on the verge of being cancelled, not delayed. Cancelled, the kind of cancellation that costs a studio its credibility with publishers and sometimes its staff. DMA was looking at a project that had consumed 2 years of work and might have nothing to show for it. Then the police AI glitched. The developers played the broken version, they laughed, and they understood something that they hadn't been able to articulate through 18 months of careful, rational design work. The game was only interesting when the player was hunted. This insight sounds obvious in retrospect. It isn't. The designers had been operating from a reasonable assumption. Players wanted a game they could win. A game where success was achievable through skill and practice. A game where the police were difficult but beatable. They had been building toward a competitive transaction between equally matched sides. What the glitch revealed was that this balance was the wrong target. Players didn't want a balanced opponent. They wanted a relentless one. They wanted the specific feeling of running from something that would pursue them with no interest in anything else. The glitch had created that feeling accidentally, and the developers recognized it the moment they saw it. The redesign worked on several levels. The multiplayer structure simplified into a single-player criminal experience. The police response scaled with the severity of what the player had done. Minor infractions drew minor attention, serious crimes brought pursuit, extreme behavior brought overwhelming force. This escalation wasn't just a gameplay mechanic, it was a storytelling device. Each increase in heat was the game acknowledging the scale of what you'd done. the scoring changed fundamentally. Race and Chase had scored around racing game metrics, speed, position, time. Grand Theft Auto scored around criminal enterprise, cash from missions, multipliers for efficiency, bonuses for surviving under pressure. Earning money was a proxy for competence, and competence was expressed through staying alive while the city tried to stop you. Perhaps the most significant decision in the redesign involved the pedestrians. In Race and Chase, pedestrians had existed as environmental dressing, figures walking the pavement, reactive enough to scatter when a car drove at them but not meaningful in game terms. In Grand Theft Auto, they became part of the score system. Hitting a pedestrian with a car counted. Running over a pedestrian while police watched generated wanted stars. The pedestrians became part of the world's population of things that responded to the player's presence, and their presence became a factor in the calculations the player made about how to move through the city. This was the decision that would become the most contentious element of the franchise for the next 3 decades. The ability to harm pedestrians, not as a required action, not something the game encouraged, but as a possibility within the world's physics that the game tracked, became the central exhibit in every controversy Grand Theft Auto generated. The politicians focused on it. The tabloids that called for bans focused on it. Jack Thompson's lawsuits focused on it. What they were responding to was genuine. Grand Theft Auto had made a deliberate choice, but the designer's reasoning was not what the critics assumed. The pedestrians were part of the world, not because the designers wanted to celebrate violence against civilians, but because excluding them from the physics would have created a world that felt hollow, a place where some things mattered and others were decoration. The commitment was to consistency. A world where the player's actions had consequences across all of its elements, not selected ones. The final months of development, from late 1996 through November 1997, focused on completing what the redesign had outlined, adding mission content, tuning the police response, building the structures for each of the 3 cities, integrating the radio system, finalizing the control scheme. It was not comfortable. The project had run well past its budget and deadline, but it was moving towards something rather than away from it. When BMG Interactive submitted the finished game for manufacturing, they were shipping something that had not existed before, a game built around the feeling of being in trouble in a city, a game that trusted its players to make choices and showed them the consequences without flinching. A game that was, in the most literal sense, the product of an accident. The world noticed. They stripped back the cop and robber multiplayer concept. They put the player solely in the role of the criminal. They tuned the police response to be aggressive and persistent and slightly overwhelming, not impossible to escape, but relentlessly present, always one bad decision away from surrounding you. They built the score system around cash earned from missions and chaos caused by your presence in the world. They gave the player more cities and more freedom and fewer rules about what counted as progress. And somewhere in that redesign, something locked into place. The game that emerged from those changes was not subtle. It was loud and rough and deliberately provocative, and it ran in a top-down perspective that felt crude compared to the increasingly 3D world of mid-1990s console gaming. But it had something that cleaner, better-presented games lacked. It had a pulse, the kind of pulse you feel when the screen suddenly fills with police cars and you make a turn you probably shouldn't have made and somehow come out the other side. They called it Grand Theft Auto, an American legal term for the theft of a motor vehicle, and in November 1997 they put it in front of the world. The world reacted by trying to have it banned. Before we get there, though, it's worth understanding exactly what that final version of the game was, because the distance between Race and Chase as originally conceived and Grand Theft Auto as it shipped tells you something important about how the franchise thinks about design. Race and Chase, in its original form, was fundamentally a game about vehicles. The cities existed as environments for driving. The missions gave the driving purpose. The police were a threat to manage. It was organized around an automotive experience with a competitive structure. Grand Theft Auto, in its finished form, was a game about consequence. The cities still existed as driving environments, but the driving was now embedded inside a web of cause and effect that made every decision carry weight. You ran a light. The police noticed. They gave chase. You ran a second light. The chase escalated. You turned into a one-way street the wrong way and scattered pedestrians, and the wanted level ticked up another notch. Every action radiated outward into the world and came back toward you in the form of increasingly serious consequences. This structure, player action, world reaction, escalating response, is the DNA of GTA. It exists in every version of the game through to the present. The specific technologies change, the worlds get larger, the reactions become more varied and contextual and nuanced, but the underlying loop is the same. You do something, the world notices, you deal with what comes back. The police bug made this structure visible for the first time. When the AI was working correctly, the police were an obstacle, something to root around, something to manage. When it broke, they became a force, something alive, something that felt like it had opinions about your behavior. The game became interesting because the world started caring about what you did. Every design decision in the rebuild was pointed at making that feeling consistent and reliable rather than accidental. The wanted level system, 1 star, 2 stars, 3, 4, 5, 6, was a formalization of the bug's logic. The higher your wanted level, the more the world cared about you. At 5 stars, police helicopters circled. At 6, the military appeared. The escalation was predictable enough that players could make strategic decisions around it, and surprising enough that those decisions often failed in entertaining ways. The mission structure was designed to give the wanted level context. You weren't just driving around accumulating stars for no reason. You were committing specific crimes for specific employers, and the heat you generated in the process was a cost that had to be managed against the reward. The balance between what a mission paid and what it cost in police attention became the central economic logic of the game. The 3 cities, Liberty City, Vice City, San Andreas, each had their own layout and mission structure. Liberty City was dense and aggressive, its streets a grid that was easy to get cornered in. Vice City was more open, built around a coastal layout that gave the player more room to run. San Andreas was the most expansive, built around hills and longer sightlines. The differences were subtle in a top-down game with limited graphical detail, but they were real. Players who spent time in each city developed intuitions about how each one worked. The scoring system rewarded variety. You could earn points from completing missions, but you could also earn them from sustained mayhem, staying alive with a high wanted level, evading police for extended periods, causing maximum disruption in minimum time. This created a secondary game layer that sat alongside the mission structure, one that players could dip into between objectives or pursue in parallel. Some players, encountering GTA 1 for the first time, ignored the missions entirely and spent their first hours simply seeing how long they could survive at 6 stars. Rockstar Games, not yet called Rockstar North, not yet the brand that would define the franchise, but already the publishing infrastructure that would grow into it, prepared the game for release through late 1997. The content drew attention from ratings boards in various territories. The UK received the game with a rating that acknowledged its violence. Some European markets were more restrictive. Australia had concerns. The game shipped anyway in November, with a rating and a controversy and a publicist who knew exactly what he was doing. The fish and chip shop was long in the past by this point. DMA Design had grown. The Lemmings money had built something, but the soul of the game, the instinct that came from 4 teenagers writing code in a college basement and the glitch that a team of tired developers decided to follow instead of fix, that was still there in the design, in the structure, in the particular way that GTA expected the world to push back at you and expected you to push back at the world. 29 years later, that expectation is still the game. David Jones bought his Amiga with his severance pay from the Timex factory. That's the kind of detail that seems too tidy to be true, but it is. Jones had worked on the factory floor in Dundee, the same factory that assembled ZX81s and ZX Spectrums for Sinclair Research, which had done more than almost any other company to put home computers into British living rooms in the early 1980s. When Jones left Timex, he took his money, bought an Amiga 1000, and started making games. The factory that had built the machines that sparked a generation's interest in programming inadvertently funded the man who would go on to build the most controversial game series in history. Dundee, in the early 1980s, was a city that knew it was in decline. The jute mills that had once employed tens of thousands were long gone. The shipyards were winding down. Timex was one of the last major employers, and even Timex was cutting shifts. The young people of Dundee in that era grew up understanding that the city's traditional economy wasn't coming back, that whatever future they were going to build, they'd have to build it themselves. For a particular kind of teenager, the answer to that problem was a keyboard. The Kingsway Technical College hosted the Kingsway Amateur Computer Club in a room that the members shared with whatever equipment the college had available. The sessions were informal. Members brought their own machines, shared code, helped each other debug, competed on project ideas that ranged from the ambitious to the completely unworkable. Jones attended as one of the older members. Kay attended. Hammond came shortly after. Daly, who was the youngest by some margin, joined in 1984 at 14, carrying his +4 on the bus, a kid who had been coding since he first got his hands on a machine and couldn't imagine stopping. The specifics of the Kingsway Club matter because they tell you something about how DMA Design's culture formed. The club was not a class or a curriculum. There were no assignments, no grades, no structured learning path. It was a room full of people who shared an obsession, and the shared obsession created a particular kind of social dynamic. You showed people what you'd made, they showed you what they'd made, and the implicit competition of mutual display pushed everyone toward doing more ambitious work than they might have attempted alone. Jones was already further along than most of the other members when Daly arrived. Jones had programming experience from Timex, access to better hardware, and a specific quality of focus, the ability to identify what was interesting about a technical problem and spend whatever time was necessary to understand it fully. He was not, by the accounts of people who knew him at the time, a particularly showy personality. He was the kind of person who got things done and expected the work to speak for itself. Daly was different. His coding had a quality of play to it. He was interested in what he could make happen on screen, in the specific delight of cause and effect in a computer program. The animation that would eventually lead to Lemmings came from this orientation. What if small figures moved across the screen? What if they walked off edges? What if there were many of them? The answer to what-if questions, pursued with enough patience and technical skill, turned into a game. The friction and the mutual recognition between Jones's practical focus and Daly's experimental orientation produced something that neither would have produced alone. This is not an unusual dynamic in creative partnerships, but it is worth naming in this specific case because the DNA of that dynamic is visible in DMA's output for years afterward. The Lemmings series is playful and technically precise simultaneously. Grand Theft Auto is chaotic and systematically organized simultaneously. These are the qualities of a studio where two different creative temperaments shaped the culture in complementary ways. The friendships formed in that room were not the casual acquaintanceships of people who happened to share a hobby. These were collaborations. Jones and Kay worked together on early games. Daly built things on his own and showed them to Jones, who recognized ability when he saw it. The club had the quality of an environment where competitive teenagers who are very good at something find each other and start pushing each other forward simply by being in the same space. The Britain that these four were growing up in during the early 1980s was, for teenagers interested in computing, an unusual place to be. The BBC Micro, commissioned by the BBC for an educational initiative, was in schools and living rooms across the country. The Sinclair Spectrum, cheaper and more limited, but available to households that couldn't afford the BBC, was being programmed by bedroom coders who were discovering that writing games for a small computer was something a teenager could do alone. The British bedroom coding scene of the early 1980s produced an extraordinary number of people who went on to shape the global games industry, not because British teenagers were uniquely talented, but because the combination of accessible hardware, a supportive gaming press, and an enthusiastic market created conditions where young programmers could learn, distribute, and get paid for their work before they were old enough to vote. Jones learned to program primarily on the Amiga after his Timex period. The Amiga was the most capable home computer available for games development at the time. Its custom chips handled graphics and sound in ways that competitors couldn't match, and its programming documentation, while dense, was genuinely comprehensive. Jones and Daly spent significant time inside those manuals. Both of them learn by reading and then testing at maximum depth. This quality, the willingness to go all the way into how something works, would define both their individual careers and the culture of the company they built together. When Jones began working on Menace, he was doing it largely on his own, but as the project grew and the Psygnosis deal came through, he went back to the people he'd spent those club evenings with. He brought in Daly first. Daly had, in the meantime, been asked to leave college for low attendance that had been low precisely because he was spending all his time writing code. Jones hired him. Hammond came next. Kay joined after. The company needed an office. The first one they found was above a chip shop on a Dundee back street. The rent was manageable. The smell was not, but nobody in 1989 was renting space based on olfactory comfort. They set up their machines, signed their paperwork, and began. The name DMA Design came from a brainstorming session that ran through several alternatives before landing on something from the Amiga programming documentation that Jones and Daly had spent months reading. Direct memory access, a technical term for a process by which a computer's processor can be bypassed to allow other hardware to read and write memory directly. It sounded professional. It sounded modern. The running joke was that it stood for doesn't mean anything. Jones confirmed this publicly years later. Both definitions coexisted. Psygnosis, the publisher they were working with, was based in Liverpool and had a particular approach to game publishing. High production values, striking packaging, games that looked better than most of what was available at the same price. The Psygnosis cover art, often featuring imagery that was dramatically more impressive than the game beneath it, was a known industry phenomenon. Working with Psygnosis gave DMA both a visual standard to aim at and a distribution channel that reached the serious gaming audience across Europe. Menace shipped in October 1988. Blood Money followed in 1989. Both reviewed well in the British gaming press. tight, well-produced space shooters with a quality of feel that larger studios sometimes struggled to achieve. Psygnosis was happy. DMA was growing. Jones hired more people. They moved to slightly larger premises. The fish and chip shop was left behind. The game that changed everything, though, was Lemmings. It's worth pausing on Lemmings for a moment, because the story of Grand Theft Auto cannot be understood without it. Not because Lemmings and GTA have anything in common as games. They don't, beyond the fact that both were made in Scotland. The connection is financial and temporal. Lemmings was released in February 1991 and became one of the most successful games in the history of the platform era. It appeared on more than 20 systems. It sold somewhere in the region of 20 million copies across its various versions and sequels. It made DMA Design rich, or as rich as a small British games developer could be in 1991, which meant solvent and respected and able to spend money on projects that didn't have guaranteed commercial returns. The design of Lemmings is almost impossibly simple in retrospect. Small creatures march in a straight line. Left to themselves, they'll walk off cliffs and into traps and into each other with uniform cheerfulness. The player assigns roles: blocker, digger, builder, floater, to redirect the flow and save enough of them to pass each level. The game is about systems and timing and the satisfaction of a plan that comes together, and it is also, underneath all of that, slightly funny in a way that nobody quite intended. There's something inherently comic about a creature that walks into a wall until you tell it not to. Lemmings made DMA the kind of studio that publishers wanted to work with. Nintendo came calling, BMG Interactive came calling, partnerships were formed, projects were started, some completed and some shelved. Through the early 1990s, DMA built a catalogue and a reputation. They made platform games and racing games and puzzle games. They made games for Nintendo hardware. They got into trouble with Pixar over a unicycle character in a SNES game. The character was apparently similar enough to one Pixar had been developing that lawyers became involved. The game was modified, and the whole thing resolved without lasting damage to either party. They made things that worked and things that didn't. Every studio in this era did. The ones that survived were the ones that made enough things that worked to weather the ones that didn't. DMA survived. The Lemmings money and the catalogue that Lemmings made possible kept the studio viable through the development decisions that a smaller company couldn't have afforded to make. Race and Chase was one of those decisions. 30 months of development on a project that nearly didn't work, sustained by the financial cushion that puzzle games about small, suicidal creatures had built. The irony of this never gets old. A game about saving small creatures from oblivious self-destruction financed a game about deliberately destroying everything in sight. The franchise that would become synonymous with consequence-free mayhem was brought into existence by the most consequence-heavy puzzle game of its era, one where every creature you failed to save was gone and the level ended badly, and you had to try again from the beginning. Lemmings punished failure, GTA celebrated chaos. The money that passed between them built one of the most interesting creative lineages in the history of the medium. Throughout all of it, Jones kept thinking about cities. The idea had been sitting with him since at least 1993, the concept of a game set inside a large urban environment, one where the player could move through it freely, where the space itself was the game and not just the container for it. He was thinking about what the cities in crime movies felt like. He was thinking about the American city as a particular kind of stage. He was also practically thinking about a game structure that could justify large amounts of content by leaving the player free to find their own path through it. In March 1995, he gathered a team and began. The working title was Race and Chase. The concept was simple: criminals versus police in a top-down city. Mike Daly built the engine they would use, a system he called Lego Vision, a top-down rendering approach that could display the three cities Jones wanted to set the game in. Those three cities were named from the beginning: Liberty City, based loosely on New York; Vice City, based loosely on Miami; San Andreas, based loosely on San Francisco. They have never changed those names. Every major GTA game set in America has returned to some version of those three cities for the last 29 years. The engine worked. The cities existed. The systems were there in some form. The game was not fun. The police chased as they were supposed to. The missions existed. The players drove and shot and ran, and the game tracked all of it. But there was something missing from the center of the experience, some quality of engagement that the team could feel the absence of but couldn't quite name. Race and Chase went through months of iteration without that quality appearing. The July 1996 deadline came and went. BMG Interactive grew impatient. The team grew tired, and then the glitch happened. What the police AI did when it broke was different from what the game had been trying to achieve all along. It was reckless. It was unpredictable. It was, in a word that the team kept coming back to, alive. The correct vehicles in Race and Chase had been chasing in controlled, organized ways. The broken police cars were doing what they wanted, and what they seemed to want was to destroy everything in their path, including each other, including themselves, including any reasonable sense of what a police response looks like. The team played the broken version for hours. Then they started discussing what it would take to make the whole game feel this way. The answer was, throw away almost everything they'd built and start from the player's perspective rather than from the game designer's perspective. Stop designing a cops and robbers simulation. Build the experience of being the criminal, specifically the experience of being someone who has done something the authorities care about and needs to get away from the consequences. The redesign took the rest of 1996 and ran into 1997. When the game finally shipped, it was November. The name Race and Chase was gone. The name on the box was Grand Theft Auto. Nobody was quite ready for what happened next. There is a version of game development history in which Grand Theft Auto simply doesn't exist. In that version, Lemmings is a moderate success rather than a genuine phenomenon. DMA Design earns enough to stay afloat, but not enough to fund experiments. The studio takes the safe jobs from publishers, makes competent middling games, grows cautiously, and never has the financial breathing room to let David Jones spend 30 months trying to build something that might not work. No breathing room, no Race and Chase, no Race and Chase, no GTA, no GTA, and the history of open-world gaming looks completely different, not absent, because the technology and the ambition were there in various forms across the industry, but different, slower, less chaotic, more cautious. Lemmings was not a moderate success. Lemmings was a hit of a kind that British game developers rarely experienced. The game reached shelves in February 1991, published by Psygnosis. The timing was right in a way that nobody fully planned. The early 1990s were a period when home computers were in enough households that a game could sell across multiple platforms simultaneously, when the gaming press was large enough to create genuine buzz, and when puzzle games had an audience that cut across as age groups in ways that action titles didn't. Lemmings was the kind of game that parents played alongside their children. It was the kind of game that appeared in magazines aimed at people who didn't normally read gaming magazines. The creatures themselves helped. There is something about the lemming design, small, round, walking with cheerful oblivion toward whatever doom the level had prepared for them, that worked on a comedic level separate from the game mechanics. Players felt genuinely conflicted about losing the things, which is not a feeling that most games of the era produced. You weren't just failing a level, you were watching small beings die because you hadn't been fast enough or clever enough to save them. Mike Daly has given interviews describing how Lemmings was created in about 3 weeks. Jones had seen a simple animation Daly had written, a small figure walking along, falling, bouncing, and recognized something in it. They iterated quickly, add more figures, give them behaviors, add obstacles, give the player tools to intervene. The core of Lemmings was assembled very fast, which is often how things that feel inevitable in retrospect are made. The sequels took longer. The original came together in a creative burst that neither of them fully planned. The role of Psygnosis in distributing Lemmings to the range of platforms it reached is also important to understand. Psygnosis had relationships with platform holders and regional distributors that a studio the size of DMA in 1991 couldn't have built independently. The game appeared on the Amiga, the Atari ST, the PC, the Macintosh, the Game Boy, the NES, the SNES, the Mega Drive, the Commodore 64, and more than a dozen other systems. Each port required work, sometimes substantial work. DMA contracted out some ports and supervised others. Managing this across 20 platforms while simultaneously developing follow-up content was the kind of operation that accelerated the studio's professionalization. You couldn't handle that volume of licensing and distribution as a bedroom coder anymore. You needed actual infrastructure. The infrastructure DMA built to manage Lemmings' success, the larger offices, the expanded team, the formal project management that comes with working across multiple simultaneous contracts, is what made Race and Chase possible as a project. Not just the money, though the money was essential. The processes, the capacity, the professional culture that had developed at DMA between 1989 and 1995. A team of 4 people working above a chip shop cannot build a game with 3 cities and a fully reactive police system and mission structures for multiple criminal employers. A studio of 30-plus people with the organizational capacity that Lemmings' success had necessitated can attempt it. 20 million copies across more than 20 platforms is the figure most often cited, though it varies by source. What is consistent across the reporting is that Lemmings was one of the defining games of its era and that it made DMA Design money in quantities the studio had never seen before. That money did several things. It allowed DMA to move out of the office above the chip shop into proper premises. It allowed Jones to hire more people. It allowed the studio to negotiate better deals with publishers because they weren't negotiating from a position of financial desperation. And it allowed, eventually, for a period of genuine experimentation, for the development of projects that might not make commercial sense, funded by a studio that had made enough from Lemmings to try things that Lemmings' money didn't have to justify. Race and Chase was one of those projects. The studio that built it in 1995 was a different place from the one that had squeezed out Menace in a chip shop adjacent office 6 years earlier. DMA had grown. It had multiple teams working on multiple projects simultaneously. It had relationships with major publishers. It had a reputation, not just in Scotland, not just in Britain, but in the wider gaming industry. When David Jones started talking about a game set in open urban environments where players could do essentially whatever they wanted, people listened to him. They listened partly because he was smart, but they also listened because his studio had made Lemmings. The development of Race and Chase pulled together one of the newer, less experienced teams at DMA. Jones was creative director. Mike Daly built the rendering engine, the Lego Vision system, that would handle the top-down city view. Other programmers and artists worked on the missions, the traffic systems, the police AI, the 3 cities that would make up the game's world. It is worth taking a moment with those 3 cities because they are one of the details that the history of GTA tends to rush past. From the very first design document, from before the project had a title anyone liked, the cities were Liberty City, Vice City, and San Andreas. The names never changed. The locations inside those names, loosely New York, loosely Miami, loosely San Francisco, never changed. 29 years later, when Rockstar Games releases GTA 6 in November 2026, the game is set in Vice City, the same city from the first document drawn up in 1995. That continuity is unusual in an industry that tends to reinvent itself constantly. The GTA series has changed everything about itself: its graphics, its perspective, its tone, its technology, its protagonists, its platform, its distribution model, while keeping those three names as fixed points. They are the skeleton the franchise has always worn. The cities existed on screen from relatively early in Race and Chase's development. The engine could render them. Traffic moved through them. The player could drive. What the game lacked, for most of its development cycle, was any reason to care about being there. The development team worked on this problem for a year and a half without solving it. They tried different mission structures. They tried different police behaviors. They tried different scoring systems. The game got better in technical terms and didn't get more fun in experiential terms, and there is a particular despair in that situation that anyone who has worked on a creative project will recognize: the work improving by every measurable standard and the thing itself not coming alive. Gary Penn, who was working at DMA during this period, would describe the state of Race and Chase in 1996 as desperate. The game was close to being pulled. Close not in the dramatic way of a decision that gets reversed at the last moment, but close in the bureaucratic way. Meetings being scheduled, questions being asked, numbers being examined. The glitch happened. The game turned into something. The redesign followed. But there is another part of the story that doesn't get told often enough. The redesign was possible because DMA could afford to keep going. A smaller studio, one without the Lemmings money, would have cut its losses, would have shipped whatever was there at the end of the contracted development period, taken the bad reviews, and moved on. DMA had enough runway to let the team tear apart an 18-month project and rebuild it around a different central idea. Lemmings funded Grand Theft Auto. Not directly. There was no line item in the Lemmings budget labelled Future Car Crime Games, but the success of Lemmings created the conditions in which DMA could survive an expensive failure in development, and Grand Theft Auto came out the other side of that failure rather than dying inside it. There is a pleasing irony in this. Lemmings, the game about small creatures being saved from their own oblivious self-destruction, generated enough money to fund the creation of a game about deliberately causing as much destruction as possible. The gentlest, most family-appropriate hit in DMA's catalogue bankrolled its most notorious one, but Lemmings did more than just fund GTA. It established DMA's credibility in the industry in ways that mattered when the studio started having conversations with publishers about a complex, expensive, and deeply unconventional game about criminal driving. When DMA went to BMG Interactive with the Race and Chase concept, they weren't pitching from a position of obscurity. They were the studio that had made Lemmings. Publishers took their calls. Publishers read their documents. That access, earned through a puzzle game about small suicidal mammals, is not incidental to the existence of GTA. The Lemmings sequels that followed the original game are also worth mentioning, if only because they illustrate how differently the history could have gone. Oh no, more Lemmings shipped in 1991. Lemmings 2, The Tribes arrived in 1993. All New World of Lemmings came in 1994. Each sold reasonably well and kept DMA's name in front of publishers and players. Each also, from the studio's internal perspective, confirmed that the Lemmings formula had limited runway, that the puzzle design, however clever, was reaching its ceiling in terms of what new variations could accomplish. Jones had been thinking about something different for a while. He was interested in the feeling of movement through space, not the movement of small creatures through designed levels, but the movement of a vehicle through an environment that had its own population and logic. He was interested in the American city as a game environment. He was interested in what happened when the player had freedom rather than a path. His interest was also, practically, a response to a technical opportunity. The mid-1990s were a period when home computers had become powerful enough to render environments in real time that would have required pre-rendered graphics just a few years earlier. The Amiga that Jones had bought with his Timex severance pay was a decade old. The machines his team was now developing on had processing power that made real-time urban environments theoretically achievable. The question was what you do in a city that you can render. Jones's answer, criminal missions, police response, freedom to ignore both and just drive, was not the obvious answer. The obvious answers in 1995 were racing games that used city streets as tracks, or action games that used city environments as levels. The GTA concept, where the city was the game rather than the container for the game, was genuinely unusual. It was also, in 1995, genuinely difficult to execute. Jones left DMA shortly after Grand Theft Auto found its audience. He founded Denki, a Dundee-based studio, and later Real Time Worlds. The company he'd built in 1988 above a chip shop went on to sell tens of millions of units without him. But the foundations he'd laid, the architecture of the cities, the culture of trying things that might not work, the insistence on building games around how they felt to play, those stayed. They are still there in some form in whatever Rockstar North is finishing in Edinburgh right now for the November 2026 launch. By autumn 1997, the game had a name, it had a publisher, it had 3 cities and a score system and police who drove like they had a personal grudge, and it was about to encounter the British tabloid press, which is where things got truly interesting. It is difficult now, looking at the architecture of Grand Theft Auto as a concept, the open cities, the criminal protagonist, the aggressive police, the score accumulation missions, to understand that none of it was planned. The 3 cities were planned, the mission structure was planned, the top-down perspective was a deliberate engineering choice. But the specific quality that makes GTA feel the way it does, the sensation of a world that is slightly too reactive, too aggressive, too willing to escalate beyond what the situation requires, that was not planned. That was discovered by accident and then reverse engineered into a design philosophy. Understanding how race and chase actually developed and what the team actually went through during those 18 months tells you something important, not just about how the first game got made, but about how the entire franchise thinks about itself. GTA has always been built on the premise that the most interesting thing you can do is let players break your game and then figure out why that's fun. The first game discovered that principle entirely by accident. Every game since has tried to recapture it deliberately. Development started in March 1995. Mike Daly's LegoVision engine was the technical foundation, a top-down system that could render the game's cities in real time from a bird's-eye perspective, showing the streets and buildings and moving traffic below as the player moved through them. It was not a graphically impressive approach by the standards of the mid-1990s. The consoles of the era were moving toward 3D as the dominant mode of visual presentation. A top-down racing game looked, to casual eyes, like something from an earlier generation of design. Daly's engine was more capable than it looked. The top-down perspective was fast and efficient on the hardware available. It could support multiple simultaneous systems, traffic, pedestrians, police, missions, environmental changes, in ways that a 3D engine on the same hardware couldn't have managed. The choice to stay top-down was pragmatic rather than aesthetic. What it cost in visual impressiveness, it returned in complexity. The multiplayer concept at the heart of Race and Chase was sound on paper, one set of players as criminals, another as police. The criminals completing objectives, the police attempting to stop them, a score system tracking performance on both sides. The idea had energy, a competitive game with asymmetric roles and a shared urban environment was genuinely interesting as a concept. The implementation didn't work. The police side was undertuned, the criminal missions were repetitive. The feel of the driving, the single most important element in a game built around driving, was wrong in ways that were hard to diagnose and harder to fix. When the scheduled July 1996 delivery date passed without a completed game, DMA was in a position that game developers know well and don't enjoy. More time, more money, less certainty. BMG Interactive, who was publishing the title, had reasonable concerns. The project had already run longer than contracted. The game they'd been shown at various development checkpoints was not generating excitement. There were conversations about whether to continue or cut losses. The team continued. The alternatives were worse. What happened over the summer of 1996 in the sessions where the police AI misbehaved and the team played the broken version was less a specific design insight and more a gradual shift in what the team was paying attention to. They had been focused, through most of the development, on whether the game was working correctly, whether the systems functioned as intended, whether the missions were completable, whether the performance was acceptable. The broken police AI forced them to pay attention to something else, whether the game was interesting. The broken version was interesting, clearly, unmistakably interesting. The question was why? The answer, after some discussion, was that the broken version gave the player something the working version lacked: a coherent enemy. In Race and Chase, the police were an obstacle. In the broken version, the police were antagonists, responsive, relentless, slightly personal in their aggression. The difference between an obstacle and an antagonist is enormous in terms of how a game feels to play. Obstacles are neutral. Antagonists create stakes. The redesign stripped away the multiplayer cops and robbers structure and rebuilt around a single-player criminal experience. The missions became jobs from criminal employers: bank heists, assassinations, getaways, cargo theft. The police response was tuned to escalate based on what the player had done, creating a feedback loop of cause and consequence that the original design lacked. The cities were expanded and made more navigable. The scoring system was rebuilt around money rather than abstract points. And the tone shifted. Race and Chase had been designed as a game. Grand Theft Auto was designed as an experience, something with attitude, something that knew it was doing something that made certain people uncomfortable, something that leaned into that discomfort rather than apologizing for it. None of this happened cleanly or quickly. The rebuild took the rest of 1996 and most of 1997. By the time it was done, the team had spent nearly 30 months on a game that had been expected to take 18. Somewhere in those extra 12 months, the game found its voice. The voice it found was not sophisticated in the way that later GTA games would be sophisticated. GTA 1 is not trying to say anything subtle about crime or cities or the relationship between the individual and institutional authority. What it is doing, and doing it deliberately and with a specific kind of anarchic energy, is creating the experience of operating outside the rules in a world that has rules. The rules are visible. The consequences of breaking them are real. And the game's fundamental design premise is that breaking them is not just permitted but rewarded. This is the foundation that every subsequent game in the franchise built on. the specific question of how to handle the ethical implications of that foundation, whether to ironize it, satirize it, humanize it, or simply run with it without comment as something that changed significantly as the franchise matured. GTA 3's Claude simply does things. Vice City's Tommy justifies them with personality and charm. San Andreas's CJ contextualizes them in a story about environment and limited options. GTA 4's Nico is haunted by them. GTA 5's three protagonists experience them differently from each other, but the underlying freedom, the ability to do things the game's world has decided are wrong and to face the world's response, that started here in Race and Chase's redesigned Bones. The question of whether a game that rewards criminal behavior teaches or encourages criminal behavior is one that has been asked about GTA consistently since 1997. The research answer, arrived at over decades of study, is that it does not, that the relationship between interactive fiction and real behavior does not operate in the direct causal way that the moral panic around violent games assumed. But the question itself tells you something about how seriously people took what GTA was doing. They weren't treating it as entertainment, they were treating it as potential instruction. Rockstar's consistent response to this framing, implicit rather than argued, expressed through the games rather than through press releases, was to make the moral complexity more visible rather than less. GTA 4, the game where the franchise most explicitly confronted the ethics of its own premise, built a story around a character who is not comfortable with what he does and who the game makes no effort to make comfortable with it. Nico's violence has a cost in the game's narrative logic. The franchise did not retreat from the controversy. It absorbed it and made work about it. That trajectory from Race and Chase's anarchic simplicity to GTA 4's moral weight is one of the most interesting creative evolutions in the history of the medium. It happened over 7 years and 6 games. What remained constant throughout was the core commitment. The player is inside the world has rules, and the experience of testing those rules is the thing the game is built around. BMG Interactive submitted Grand Theft Auto for ratings evaluation in various markets in the second half of 1997. The content, car theft, mission-based violence, the option to harm pedestrians and police, attracted attention from ratings boards in ways the publisher had anticipated. The game shipped in November 1997 for MS-DOS and Windows. A PlayStation port followed in 1998. A Game Boy Color version came in 1999. The response was not what anyone expected, not the scale of the controversy, not the way the controversy would sell the game, not the specific combination of tabloid outrage and gamer curiosity that produced from a game most publishers had nearly written off, one of the most significant franchises in the history of the medium. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. First, let's talk about Max Clifford. There is a rule in publicity that any press is good press, and a corollary that most of the people who repeat this rule don't actually believe it when it applies to them. BMG Interactive believed it, not because they were naive about the consequences of controversy, but because they had hired a professional to engineer those consequences. Max Clifford was, in the 1990s, the most famous publicist in Britain. He specialized in tabloid placement, in getting stories into the Daily Mail and the Sun and the News of the World in ways that drove attention toward whatever client was paying him. He had worked with musicians and film stars and politicians. He had a talent for identifying which elements of a story would produce moral outrage and amplifying those elements until the outrage became coverage and the coverage became sales. BMG Interactive hired Clifford to handle the launch of Grand Theft Auto. Clifford's approach was not subtle. He arranged for journalists from the major tabloids to receive early copies and framing materials that emphasized the game's most provocative elements: the ability to steal cars, the ability to run over pedestrians, the ability to kill police officers and be rewarded for it. The Daily Mail obliged with exactly the coverage Clifford had designed the campaign to produce. The paper called for an outright ban. Other tabloids followed. The game became, briefly, a topic of moral conversation in the same space usually occupied by violent films and song lyrics with questionable content. The gaming press covered it differently. Reviewers who played the game found it rough but genuinely fun in ways that were difficult to explain without sounding like you were endorsing its content. The chaos was the point. The lack of consequence was the point, or rather the inversion of consequence, where the more the world pushed back against the player, the more the game came alive. Sales picked up. The controversy helped. Players who might not have heard of a top-down driving game from a Scottish studio heard about the game the Daily Mail wanted banned and went looking for it. In an era before internet distribution, finding a specific game required effort. People made the effort. The exact sales numbers for GTA 1 are not officially confirmed, but the figure most consistently cited is approximately 500,000 copies, generating roughly $25 million in revenue across its initial release window. For a game that had nearly been cancelled during development, that was a result that changed the conversation. DMA Design was no longer the studio that made Lemmings. They were now the studio that made Grand Theft Auto, which was either the most irresponsible game ever produced or the most exciting thing to happen to the medium in years, depending on who you asked. Both audiences kept buying it. The Max Clifford dimension of the GTA 1 launch is worth examining more carefully because it reveals something about the relationship between games and mainstream culture in 1997 that still applies today. The gaming press in Britain in the late 1990s was large and enthusiastic, but it was also self-contained. It spoke primarily to people who were already interested in games. The tabloid press in Britain in the late 1990s was one of the most powerful shaping forces in public opinion in the English-speaking world. The Daily Mail, The Sun, and the News of the World collectively reached tens of millions of readers. What they covered, the public talked about. Clifford understood that a game about car theft and police killing that was aimed at adults and available on PC was never going to break into mainstream tabloid coverage through merit. Merit was for the gaming press. Outrage was for the tabloids. He manufactured the outrage with the precision of a professional who had been manufacturing tabloid outrage for a living for 2 decades. The specific framing he provided to the tabloid journalists, earn points for killing police officers, mow down pedestrians for fun, a game that celebrates crime, was technically true in the way that all effective PR distortion is technically true. You could earn points for killing police officers, you could run over pedestrians. The game did involve crime, but these framings stripped out the context that would have made them meaningful, that the police were chasing you for completing missions, that running over pedestrians generated wanted stars and made the game harder, that crime was the subject of the game rather than its endorsement. Without the context, the framings produced the headlines Clifford needed. The moral panic was genuine in the sense that the people expressing it believed what they were saying. They had been set up to believe it. The controversy itself is worth examining carefully because it established a pattern that the franchise would follow for the next 30 years. The things that made GTA controversial were not accidents or oversights. They were deliberate design choices made by people who understood exactly what they were doing. The ability to harm pedestrians was not included because the designers didn't realize it would cause trouble. It was included because the designers understood that leaving it in was a choice about the kind of experience they were building, one where consequence and morality were the player's responsibility, not the game's, and where the absence of a moral guardrail was itself a statement. That statement was not universally appreciated, it never has been, but the franchise learned early that the people who were not appreciating it were generating as much publicity as the people who were. The research on the relationship between violent video games and real-world violence had been underway since the early 1990s and would intensify throughout the following decade. The GTA series became the most frequently cited example in these studies, partly because it was the most visible game with violent content, partly because its top-down perspective made the violence look different on a screen capture than it felt to play. Studies that showed screenshots of GTA to research subjects and asked them to rate the violence they perceived found higher ratings than studies that had subjects actually play the game. Context, again, was doing enormous work. The scientific consensus that eventually emerged, that violent video games do not cause violent behavior, that there is no reliable causal relationship between playing games with violent content and committing violent acts, was not available in 1997. The studies that supported this conclusion accumulated over the following 20 years, with the American Psychological Association revising its official position multiple times and eventually in 2021 removing the claim that violent video game use was a risk factor for violent behavior. GTA 1 launched during the early years of this debate when the evidence was sparse and the moral anxiety was high. It launched into a tabloid ecosystem specifically engineered by its own publicist to maximize that anxiety, and it succeeded anyway, commercially, culturally, in establishing itself as something the gaming world needed to take seriously. The Daily Mail's campaign to have GTA banned produced something the game would never have achieved through conventional marketing, a reputation. The reputation was negative in the tabloid sense and positive in the cultural sense, the kind of reputation that makes teenagers want a thing specifically because adults are trying to keep it from them. BMG Interactive understood this. Clifford had designed the campaign around it. There is a darkly comic quality to the origin of one of the most successful media franchises in history, that its reputation was manufactured by a professional PR operation before the game had sold a single copy. GTA 1 didn't earn its notoriety by being discovered and condemned organically. Its notoriety was placed in newspapers by a publicist who had been hired specifically to place it there. The franchise has been controversial ever since, but the controversy that followed was genuine. Parents who didn't want their children playing violent games, politicians who found the content genuinely objectionable, researchers who argued about the relationship between gaming content and behavior. These were real debates about real content with real stakes. The first round was staged, the rest of it was earned. Beyond the controversy, the game established something that would matter more in the long term, a proof of concept. Grand Theft Auto's core design, open urban environment, criminal protagonist, escalating police response, mission-based structure, worked. It was rough and limited by the technology available, but it worked well enough that the question of what to do next was answered before the critical response had fully settled. The missions in GTA 1 were organized around 5 bosses across the 3 cities, employers who issued orders by telephone, a detail that felt modern in 1997 and now sounds like something from a different century, and paid in cash that accumulated toward level progression. The work ranged from straightforward car theft to targeted assassinations to complex multi-stage jobs that required the player to manage vehicles, timings, and police attention simultaneously. The game didn't hold your hand. If you failed a mission, you failed it. The information you needed was in the briefing, and the briefing came over a ringing phone, and you either caught it or you didn't. This directness, the game's refusal to apologize for being difficult or to explain itself more than once, was part of its personality. Grand Theft Auto 1 played the way a person would if they were trying to make a game about crime and didn't want to soften it into something comfortable. The streets of Liberty City and Vice City and San Andreas were hostile. The police were hostile. The other criminals you occasionally ran into were hostile. The only thing on your side was your own competence. The wanted level system that the game used was the original version of what every GTA game since has elaborated. 2 stars meant 1 police car was pursuing you. 3 stars added additional cars. 4 brought police on foot and more vehicles. 5 introduced snipers at roadsides. 6 escalated to something approaching overwhelming force. The game's way of acknowledging that you had done something the city had decided it couldn't ignore. The mechanics that the wanted system produced were simple by the standards of what the franchise would develop, but they were genuine. You learned the roads. You learned which turns were dead ends. You learned that certain types of missions generated certain levels of heat, and you factored that heat into your approach. The learning had the specific quality of learning a neighborhood the wrong way by making mistakes in it repeatedly until you understood it well enough to stop making them. That learning is why people played it twice, then 3 times, then again with a different approach to see if the chaos stayed chaotic or if it could be managed. It couldn't quite be managed. That was the point. The PlayStation port in 1998 expanded the audience significantly. The consoles were where gaming culture lived in Britain in the late 1990s, and a game that had been available on PC was a different thing than a game available on the PlayStation. The port introduced the game to players who had heard about the controversy but hadn't had access to a machine that could run the original. Many of them were exactly the teenage audience that the tabloid coverage had been talking to. The Game Boy Color version released in 1999 extended the reach further into the handheld market that would become increasingly important to the franchise. The GBC port was a technical compromise, smaller maps, simplified missions, some content adjusted for the platform's limitations, but it confirmed that there was an audience for GTA content at any scale and on any platform that could hold it. The cumulative effect of the original PC release, the PS1 port, and the GBC version was a player base that was larger and more diverse than any comparable British game of the late 1990s had achieved. GTA 1 was a PC game, a console game, and a handheld game simultaneously. It was a controversial game that adults were trying to stop children playing, which meant children wanted it specifically because adults were trying to stop them. It was a British game about American cities that felt simultaneously authentic and satirical. It was a rough, technically limited experience that was somehow more engaging than technically superior games in similar genres. The audience it built was loyal in a way that made sense only in retrospect. People who played GTA 1 in 1997 or 1998 didn't know they were playing the first entry in a franchise that would go on to sell 230 million copies of a single title. They were playing a controversial game that was fun in a specific way that other games weren't managing. They came back for GTA 2. They came back for GTA 3 and found something that their accumulated experience with the franchise had prepared them for in ways that new players didn't have. The franchise built its audience slowly and loyally, game by game, port by port, controversy by controversy. By the time GTA 3 arrived in October 2001, there were players who had been following the series for 4 years. They were the core. They were the people who told their friends, who kept the midnight launch lines moving, who posted on forums and explained to skeptics what GTA was and why it mattered. They were also, broadly, the audience that stayed loyal to the franchise. The teenagers who played GTA 1 in 1998 were 19 and 20 when GTA 3 came out. They were in their mid-20s for San Andreas. They are now in their early 40s, and they've been playing Grand Theft Auto for the better part of their adult lives. They would do it again. They would do it bigger. And before that, they would briefly take it somewhere nobody had asked them to take it. They would take it to London. The 2 mission packs that followed the original Grand Theft Auto in 1999 are among the most forgotten releases in the entire franchise. GTA London 1969 was the first, a standalone expansion that required ownership of the original game. It transplanted the race and chase-derived gameplay from the fictional American cities into a fictionalized version of 1960s London. The Crisp twins, the central villains, owed something to the Cray twins, the East End gangsters whose real-world story had become a kind of cultural touchstone for a certain version of British organised crime. The 8 playable protagonists had names like Sid Vacant and Wolfie Villains. The cars were period-accurate British models. The soundtrack had the kind of jazzy quality that the era required. The London setting was a natural choice for a studio based in Britain, staffed predominantly by people who had grown up watching British crime movies and television. The specific visual and cultural tradition that runs from Get Carter through the Long Good Friday to Lock, Stock and 2 Smoking Barrels. The Cray twins were not just gangsters, they were celebrities of a specific kind, people whose criminality had been mythologized by the media and the culture to the point where their story had become a template for a particular British understanding of organized crime. The Crisp twins were a transparent fictional version of that template, and the London setting gave them a world that fit. The swinging 60s aesthetic of London 1960 and the mini-skirts, the Union Jack motifs, the period vehicles, was also an early indication of how GTA thought about the relationship between its worlds and their historical moments. The franchise had been set in a compressed, fictional version of American modernity in the original game. London 1969 was the first time it had set itself in a specific historical past, and the decision to commit to that aesthetic rather than treating the setting as generic informed how Vice City would later handle 1986 Miami. GTA London 1961 was the second, a prequel to London 1969, set 8 years earlier when Harold Cartwright, who appeared as an antagonist in the 1969 expansion, was still a minor local criminal worth working for. The 1961 expansion did something unusual for the time. It was released as freeware, a free download, no charge. This is a detail that tends to surprise people when they encounter it, partly because the idea of a commercial game publisher releasing expansion content at no cost was genuinely unusual in 1999, and partly because the GTA franchise has not been known for free content in the decades since. The freeware decision appears to have been strategic rather than purely generous. London 1961 needed to be owned by players who already owned London 1969, which itself required Grand Theft Auto to play. Releasing London 1961 for free was a way of generating engagement for the paid content rather than competing with it. But it was still unusual, and it demonstrated an early understanding of digital distribution economics that most publishers in 1999 were not yet thinking about. Both expansions were received warmly by fans and with mild interest by the press. They did not transform the franchise. They were what they were, additional content for a game that had found its audience, designed to keep that audience engaged while the development team figured out what the next major title would look like. The development team at this point was in the middle of a complicated series of ownership changes. DMA Design had been bought by Gremlin Interactive in April 1997, just before Grand Theft Auto shipped. Gremlin was itself a British games publisher with a solid reputation and no particular expertise in managing the kind of politically charged controversy that GTA attracted. The following year, 1998, Gremlin was acquired by Infogrames, a French publisher that had ambitions to become a major force in the global games market. DMA went with Gremlin into the Infogrames structure. The pattern of a small studio being passed between publishers, as those publishers themselves were bought and merged, was common in the late 1990s games industry. The consolidation that characterized the period, smaller publishers absorbed into larger ones, which were themselves absorbed into conglomerates, created a great deal of uncertainty for the development studios caught in these transactions. For DMA specifically, the uncertainty was compounded by the GTA controversy. The studio that had made the most controversial game in Britain was now owned by a French company that had inherited it accidentally and wasn't sure what to do with it. Meanwhile, BMG Interactive, who had published Grand Theft Auto, had been purchased by Take-Two Interactive in March 1998. Take-Two was an American publisher with a subsidiary called Rockstar Games that would go on to become one of the most famous names in the industry. The Houser brothers, Sam and Dan, were part of the team that moved from BMG Interactive to Rockstar Games as part of that acquisition. They brought with them the relationship with the Grand Theft Auto intellectual property and the clear sense, as they would describe it later, that the franchise had only begun to realize what it could be. Infogrames, holding DMA Design, decided they didn't particularly want the studio. In September 1999, Take-Two Interactive announced that they had acquired DMA Design from Infogrames for $11 million. The actual mechanics of the deal involved a symbolic £1 for the studio itself and the assumption of approximately $12 million in debt. The combined cost was what Take-Two paid to bring the creators of Grand Theft Auto inside the same corporate structure as the people who wanted to publish it. David Jones did not make the transition. He had been the founding force of DMA, the programmer who had brought the early team together, the creative director who had championed Race and Chase through its tortured development. But his interests and the direction Take-Two wanted to take the franchise diverged sufficiently that he left the company. He eventually went to Dundee, the Dundee-based studio he co-founded, and later to Real Time Worlds, where he led development on All Points Bulletin. He never returned to GTA. Mike Daly also left around this time. So did Russell Kay. Steve Hammond departed somewhat earlier. The founding group who had met at the Kingsway Computer Club in 1984 dispersed, each in different directions, as the thing they'd built together passed into new hands. The dispersal of the founding team is one of the quieter stories in GTA's history, largely because it happened out of public view and during a period when the franchise's commercial prospects were still uncertain. Daly went on to a distinguished career in mobile gaming. Kay founded his own company. Hammond's path took him through several studios. None of them became household names in the way that the franchise they'd helped create did. The game outlasted the people who made it in the specific way that successful franchises do. It became larger than any individual's contribution to it. What Take-Two acquired, in practical terms, was the code base, the intellectual property, the remaining development staff, and a studio that needed new leadership and a new direction. Rockstar Games provided both. In the gap between the London expansions and what came next, DMA Design also released Grand Theft Auto 2, a full sequel to the original, shipped in September 1999 for Windows and later ported to PlayStation and the Sega Dreamcast. GTA 2 pushed the concept into a deliberately retro-futuristic direction, setting it in a city called Anywhere City, a deliberately unnamed metropolis populated by competing gangs with names like the Zaibatsu Corporation and the Rednecks. The tone was weirder and more satirical than the first game. The gameplay was similar with some additions, a reputation system with different gangs, the ability to switch between gang allegiances. GTA 2 has the unusual distinction of being the only Grand Theft Auto game released on the Sega Dreamcast, making it one of the franchise's rarest entries in terms of platform availability. It also featured something no other GTA game has, a live-action intro sequence shot on actual film featuring actual actors. It showed the protagonist, in the canon known simply as Claude Speed, arriving in Anywhere City and preparing for his criminal career. The production values were modest. The intent was clear. Rockstar was experimenting with what the GTA brand could carry. The live-action intro is worth dwelling on for a moment. In 1999, very few games were doing this. The approach was unusual enough that reviewers specifically mentioned it, some with genuine curiosity about where it might lead, others with the slightly baffled tone reserved for things that don't quite fit any existing category. Rockstar, in 1999, was already thinking about GTA as something larger than a game, as a media property that could carry different formats and tones and approaches. The live-action intro was an experiment. It didn't lead anywhere directly, but it is an early sign of the franchise's ambition to be taken seriously as something more than interactive entertainment. The gang reputation system in GTA 2 was the game's most significant mechanical innovation. Liberty City and Vice City and San Andreas in the original game had criminal employers, but the relationship was essentially transactional. You took their missions, you got paid, you moved on. GTA 2's Anywhere City had factions with ongoing relationships. Working for the Zaibatsu Corporation, I improved your standing with them and worsened it with their rivals. Working for the Yakuza opened missions that were closed to you when you were friendly with the police. The mechanic added a layer of consequence to the game's social world that the original hadn't attempted. It was also, in practice, somewhat confusing. The reputation system created situations where players who had been methodically completing one employer's missions found themselves unable to access missions from another because their reputation had moved too far in the wrong direction. The game required a kind of social management that didn't feel natural in a top-down action game, and the documentation for how the system worked was not clear enough to make navigation intuitive. GTA 2 is also the only GTA game that is set in a future that cannot be precisely dated. Anywhere City exists in an era where hovercraft are common, where the gangs include a Soviet science organization, and where the urban geography has no clear real-world analog. This gives the game a tone that sits outside the rest of the franchise, weirder, more satirical, less grounded. Players who came to GTA 2 after GTA 3, which many did, playing backwards through the series, often describe it as the entry that feels most different from everything else in the canon. The answer, in the case of GTA 2, was moderate success. The game sold reasonably well, reviewed in the good but not essential range from most critics, and confirmed that the franchise had an audience without convincing anyone that the top-down formula had more life left in it. The question of what came next was answered not in boardrooms but in development labs. The teams that had made Body Harvest on the Nintendo 64 and Space Station Silicon Valley on the PlayStation had been experimenting with three-dimensional open environments. The lessons from those games about how a player moves through a world in 3 dimensions, about how AI behaves when it has height and depth to navigate, about how environments stream and load in real time, were available inside the company. The development team that had been experimenting with 3D environments for other projects, the teams that had made Body Harvest and Space Station Silicon Valley, were given a different assignment. Build the next GTA, but build it in 3 dimensions. The PlayStation 2 launched in Japan in March 2000. In North America, it launched in October of that year. It was the most powerful home console that had ever existed, built around a 128-bit processor and a graphics synthesizer capable of rendering environments that made the previous generation look like rough sketches. The engineering was impressive. What impressed developers even more was the storage format. The PS2 used DVDs, which held roughly 7 times more data than the CD-ROMs that had been the standard for the previous hardware generation. 7 times more data meant 7 times more city. The team that was assigned to build GTA 3 was drawn partly from the Space Station Silicon Valley and Body Harvest development groups, people who had been working on 3D environments and understood the specific challenges of building worlds that felt real rather than just technically correct. They were given the Renderware engine developed by Criterion Games, which provided a flexible framework for 3D rendering that could be adapted to the specific requirements of an open urban world. The brief from Sam Houser and the Rockstar leadership was, in simplified form, take everything that made the first GTA work and build it in 3 dimensions: the freedom, the city as a character, the feeling of being inside a world that has its own logic, the escalating police response, the missions, all of it in 3D on the PS2. This was, as the art director Aaron Garbutt would describe much later, a different problem from building a game in 3D. Plenty of games were built in 3D. The specific challenge of GTA 3 was building a 3D world that felt like it existed whether the player was in it or not, a city that had its own rhythms and populations and concerns, a place rather than a stage set. Garbutt put it in terms that became something of a guiding principle for the team. Other games of the era were things you played. GTA 3 was intended to be a place you lived in. That ambition required solving a series of technical problems that had never been solved before in quite this combination. The most significant was streaming. A city the size of Liberty City, which the design documents described as 3 interconnected islands based loosely on different boroughs of New York, could not be held in the PS2's memory at once. The world had to load as the player moved through it, with the system anticipating where the player was going and loading the relevant assets before they arrived. This streaming technology, which allowed driving through the city without encountering loading screens, was one of the defining technical achievements of the game. Players in 2001 drove through Liberty City's streets and bridges and tunnels without the game pausing to tell them it was working. This sounds unremarkable now. In 2001, it was extraordinary. The streaming system required the team to think about Liberty City not just as a visual design problem, but as a memory management problem. Every building in the city had to be organized into a system that could predict which assets would be needed next and preload them in time. The size of the loading radius, how far ahead the game could see and prepare, was tuned through months of testing. Too small a radius and textures would appear incorrectly on buildings as the player moved past. Too large, and the memory required to keep all those assets in flight would exceed what the hardware could provide. The bridges between Liberty City's islands were not just geographical features. They were loading triggers, structures positioned to give the streaming system enough time to prepare the next island's assets before the player arrived. Every bridge in Liberty City served a gameplay function, connection, and a technical function, transition buffer. The design team knew this. Players in 2001 didn't and couldn't have figured it out from playing the game. That concealment, the complete invisibility of the engineering underneath the experience, was itself an achievement. The pedestrian AI system was another piece of technical work that went largely unexamined in the reviews. The people walking through Liberty City's streets were not simply decorative. They were running path-finding algorithms, deciding which direction to walk, how to navigate around obstacles and other pedestrians, when to stop at a traffic light, some of them, when to react to the player's presence. Managing hundreds of these simultaneously in a space as large as Liberty City without the performance collapsing required specialized optimization. The team developed systems for managing pedestrian LOD, level of detail, that simplified the path-finding calculations for pedestrians far from the player and increased their complexity as the player approached. The result was a city that felt populated even when you were moving through it quickly. Pedestrians scattered convincingly when you drove at them. They gathered at bus stops. They argued with each other at street corners. They existed at the edges of the player's experience in ways that accumulated into a sense of a place that had people in it rather than avatars. The gang territory system, distinct gangs controlling specific areas of Liberty City, reacting to the player differently depending on which criminal faction they were currently working for, was simpler in GTA 3 than it would become in San Andreas, but it was present. Driving through Chinatown while working against the Yakuza produced a different kind of street-level threat than driving through Portland while the Leone family was on your side. The city's factions had spatial logic that made navigation feel like actual knowledge rather than just map literacy. There is a quality to encountering GTA 3 for the first time that is difficult to communicate to someone who didn't experience it in 2001. Games in that era were, broadly, organized around the assumption that they would direct your experience. You moved through levels that designers had built for specific effects. You triggered scripted events. You progressed along a predetermined path. GTA 3 dropped you into Liberty City and said, here is a city, here are some things you can do, find the rest yourself. The experience of being in a space that contained more than you'd been told, that rewarded attention, that had jokes inside its radio station programming, that had the kind of texture that only accumulates when the people building something genuinely care about the parts nobody will ever specifically look for, produced a specific quality of engagement. Players returned to Liberty City not just to complete missions, but to see what else was there. The city had the quality of a place you could know better over time, and places you can know better over time are places you come back to. The city itself was built with a level of detail that the previous games couldn't approximate. Buildings had visible fronts and sides and backs. Traffic moved through the streets on independent routes. Pedestrians walked with their own behaviors, reacting to the player's presence, scattering when things got dangerous, resuming their patterns when the threat passed. The weather changed, the light changed, day moved into night and back into morning with a 24-hour cycle that meant the same street looked and felt different at 2 a.m. than it did at noon. The radio stations were a design decision that served multiple purposes. Practically, they explained why music played inside a moving car. Aesthetically, they built the world, each station with its own personality, its own DJs, its own attitude toward the city it was broadcasting from. Chatterbox FM, the talk radio station presented by Laszlo, became a cult element of the game, its monologues and call-in segments filling in corners of Liberty City's culture that the missions and the streetscape alone couldn't reach. Dan Houser, writing the script for GTA 3's story, made a choice that has generated discussion ever since. The protagonist would not speak. Claude, the player character, moved through Liberty City in complete silence. He took missions, he completed objectives, he drove and shot and ran and got away. He never said a word. The decision was partly practical. Recording dialogue for a protagonist who could be in any number of situations at any given moment is complicated, and partly artistic. The art direction team felt that a silent protagonist allowed the world to tell the story. Claude's silence created a kind of blankness that players projected themselves into. Aaron Garbu's vision of a place rather than a stage worked better with a protagonist who was defined by action rather than speech. Not everyone agreed with this choice at the time. It would be the last time Rockstar made it for the numbered GTA series. The game was nearly finished by September 2001 when the attacks of September 11th happened. The Rockstar Games offices in New York were close enough to the World Trade Center that the company's ability to operate was affected for days. Dan Houser would later say that the main reason the game's release was pushed back from its original October 3rd date was simply the impossibility of working normally in those immediate weeks. The delay also gave the team time to remove content that the circumstances had made feel inappropriate. 2 missions were altered. A character named Darkel, whose missions involved domestic terrorism, was removed from the game entirely. References to planes being flown at buildings were cut. A wanted pickup truck was recolored. The game that released on October 22, 2001 in North America had been meaningfully changed from the game that had been submitted for manufacturing a month earlier. None of the reviewers who received early copies knew about any of this. They were focused on what they were playing. The specific changes deserve a moment of attention, because they illustrate something about how seriously Rockstar took the relationship between the game's content and the real world, a seriousness that its critics rarely acknowledged. GTA has always been presented by its detractors as a company willfully and recklessly producing harmful content. The September 2001 changes show a development team making rapid decisions to excise content that felt wrong given what had happened in the world. The process was imperfect, and the game retained plenty of material that could reasonably be called provocative. But the intention behind the changes was clear. The world they'd built before any of those changes, the world that shipped in October 2001, was itself the achievement. Liberty City had been constructed as 3 islands connected by bridges and a tunnel, each island representing a different stage of the game's progression. The first island was unlocked immediately. The second opened after specific story events. The third came later still. This gate structure meant that the map the player was operating in grew over time, the city expanding as the player earned access to more of it. The sense of a world becoming available rather than arriving all at once gave GTA 3 a pacing that made the city feel genuinely large even before you'd seen all of it. The population of Liberty City moved according to its own logic. Pedestrians walked routes that reflected the character of the area they were in. Business districts had suited figures, docks had labourers, red light areas had their own particular population, police drove patrol routes, taxis picked up fares, ambulances responded to incidents. The city's systems ran parallel to the player's activities, creating the impression of a place that functioned whether or not the player was paying attention to any given corner of it. This ambient life was new in games of this scale. Driver, one of the games that GTA 3 was often compared to, had detailed driving physics, but a city that existed primarily as a racetrack. Spider-Man games had large environments, but cleared them for missions. GTA 3 kept the city running continuously, the traffic and the people and the radio and the light all in motion simultaneously, creating a kind of background pressure that made the player feel genuinely embedded in a world rather than performing in one. The radio was, technically, the simplest element in the game. It played music and talk content when the player was in a vehicle, but its function in the overall experience was disproportionate to its complexity. The radio gave the city a point of view. Chatterbox FM, hosted by the character Laszlo, played talk radio in the tradition of American shock jock broadcasting, callers with absurd complaints, hosts with manufactured opinions, advertising spots for fictional businesses that elaborated on the city's internal logic in ways no cutscene could. The music stations were period appropriate but fictional. their DJs having distinct personalities that became, for many players, as memorable as any mission character. This technique, using the radio as a world-building tool, as a way of extending the game's satire into spaces the player spent a lot of time in without needing to pay close attention, became one of the most consistently celebrated elements of the franchise. Every GTA game since has used it. The specific quality of the stations has varied. The function has not changed. The other technical achievement that went relatively undiscussed in the immediate reviews was the damage modeling. Cars in GTA 3 dented and crumpled under collision, hoods buckled, doors fell off, smoke appeared from damaged engines. These weren't cosmetic details. They were connected to gameplay, with significantly damaged vehicles performing worse and eventually catching fire. The visual feedback of a deteriorating car communicated the player's situation in ways that the heads-up display couldn't fully capture. Dan Houser, writing the story, worked within the constraint of Claude's silence and made it a feature. The missions that move Claude through Liberty City are organized around a series of criminal employers, each in a different part of the city, each with their own grudges and objectives, and the specific quality of people who operate in the spaces where legitimate and illegitimate power intersect. Salvatore Leone, Asuka Kaysen, Kenji Kaysen. The characters exist around the edge of Claude's silence, filling it with noise. The game's emotional logic, the betrayal that opens the story, the revenge that closes it, operates through Claude's actions rather than his words. Claude, the protagonist, is the only major GTA protagonist to appear as a significant character in another game. He appears as an antagonist in San Andreas, identifiably the same person, still silent, still doing jobs for whoever is paying him. He drives, he shoots, he never explains himself. The community has spent 25 years speculating about what Claude is actually thinking in all of this, and the answer is that Rockstar has never told us, and probably never will. A character defined entirely by what he does is, in a specific way, the most complete expression of GTA's design philosophy. You are what you choose to do in the world, and everything else is decoration. The world building that surrounded Claude's silence was meticulous in a way that GTA 3's reception didn't always acknowledge at the time. Chatterbox FM's Laszlo was voiced by the real Laszlo Jones, a radio personality who had worked in American talk radio and who understood how to create the specific quality of manufactured controversy that American talk radio runs on. The commercials and PSAs that played between music on the other stations were written with the same care as the mission dialogue, jokes about corporate malfeasance, political satire, cultural commentary. The entire radio apparatus of GTA 3 was a satire of American media running continuously in the background of a game about crime, and players who weren't paying attention to it were missing half the joke. The pedestrian dialogue, the lines that NPCs spoke as they walked past the player, as they fled, as they stood waiting for taxis, was written and recorded with more attention than pedestrian dialogue in games typically received. Liberty City had the quality of a place where people had opinions and weren't shy about expressing them. Walking down a street felt different from walking down a procedurally populated environment, because the people populating the street had been given specific, funny, sometimes offensive, always characterful things to say. The cumulative effect was a city that seemed to have attitudes, this attention to the things players weren't looking at directly, the dialogue they might never hear, the animations they might never trigger, the details visible only if you stopped and looked carefully at a particular building's facade, became the signature of Rockstar's world building. Every GTA game since has been filled with content that most players will never find, not hidden in the gameplay critical sense, but present for the players who slow down and look. That orientation toward density, toward a world that rewards attention, came from GTA 3rd. None of the reviewers who played early copies of GTA 3 in October 2001 fully understood what they were looking at. They knew it was very good. They gave it very high scores. They used the language available to them in 2001, which was the language of the games that existed before it, rather than the language of the games it would make possible. That language would develop over the years that followed, as the genre GTA 3 invented produced enough examples that critics could analyze it more precisely. What they were looking at was the game that made everything that came after it possible. The reviews started coming in on the morning of October 22nd, 2001. Jeff Gersman at GameSpot gave GTA 3rd a 9.6 out of 10 and wrote that it was an incredible experience that shouldn't be missed by anyone. Doug Perry at IGN matched that score and described it as one of the best titles of the year on PlayStation 2 or on any system. Edge magazine gave it an 8 and praised the scope. GameSpy's reviewer, who had been skeptical going in, found himself describing the graphics as really rather impressive and the scale as something he hadn't seen matched on the platform. Developers at other studios described what it was like to play GTA 3 for the first time, and those descriptions have a particular quality, the quality of people talking about something that changed how they understood their own industry. Ron Allen, who was at Ben's studio in 2001, said he found out about the game during the press tour for Siphon Filter 3. He'd been skeptical. The hype felt like too much. He played it and said he couldn't believe everything you could do in it. It opened his eyes to what was possible. Mikhail Kasurinen, now known as the director of Control, described arriving at his first day at Remedy Entertainment in November 2001 to find a group of his new colleagues gathered around a television, some laughing, some staring in silence. They were playing GTA 3. He called it a tectonic shift in gaming. Richard Franke, who would eventually work at Media Molecule, described GTA 3 as having blown open his understanding of what a large team with a strong technical vision could achieve. The highly detailed living open world was, he said, a huge leap forwards. These are not the words of people trying to be generous about a game that was merely good. These are the words of people who had been working in the industry, building games, understanding what was and wasn't possible, and then encountered something that moved the edges of the possible. What GTA 3 did that was genuinely new was not any individual element. Open worlds had existed before in various forms. Driving games had existed, mission-based action games had existed, radio with licensed music had existed. The specific innovation of GTA 3 was the combination of all of these things inside a single coherent experience, and the degree to which every element served every other element. The radio made the driving feel more like living in a city than navigating one. The city's density made the missions feel like events that happened in a real place rather than a designed arena. The escalating police response made the open world feel consequential, a place where your actions had weight. The phrase open world as a genre descriptor entered mainstream gaming vocabulary largely because of GTA 3. Before October 2001, the term existed in game design discussions but hadn't quite settled into popular usage as a category. After October 2001, every studio in the world was talking about open-world games. Either they were making one or they were explaining why they weren't making one. The immediate competitive response was intense. Publishers who had been watching the gaming landscape asked their studios what their open-world project was. Studios that had no open-world project started planning one. The games that followed in GTA 3's wake over the next 3 years, Mafia, True Crime, Streets of LA, The Getaway, Mercenaries, Saints Row, were all, in various degrees, responses to what Rockstar had done in Liberty City in October 2001. Some of them were good games. None of them captured the specific quality that made GTA 3 different. The reason was harder to articulate than it seemed. The GTA clones, as they were quickly and somewhat dismissively called, could reproduce the surface features of GTA 3 relatively easily: an open city, drivable vehicles, missions that could be accepted from NPCs, police that responded to criminal behavior. These were all achievable with the technology available in 2002 and 2003. What the clones consistently failed to reproduce was the quality that Aaron Garbut had described: the sense of a place rather than a set of mechanics. GTA 3's Liberty City felt inhabited not because of any single system, but because of the accumulation of hundreds of small decisions about how the city should look and sound and respond. Replicating the decisions was possible, understanding why those particular decisions had been made, and making equivalent decisions in a different city was something else entirely. The most ambitious of the GTA competitors was probably The Getaway, released in December 2002 by Sony's Cambridge studio. It was set in a meticulous recreation of central London, used real streets and landmarks, and had a cast of professional British actors. The production values were high. The critical response was mixed. Reviewers admired the ambition and were frustrated by the execution, particularly the lack of a heads-up display and the control scheme. The game sold well in Europe and taught the industry something important. A beautiful city isn't enough. The city has to feel like playing in it is fun. True Crime: Streets of LA, released in 2003, added martial arts combat and a reputation system to the GTA template. It sold reasonably well. Mafia: The City of Lost Heaven had come out in 2002 and was genuinely excellent, a more linear, more narrative-focused take on open-world crime that some reviewers preferred to GTA 3 on storytelling grounds. Mafia did something GTA deliberately avoided. It made you care about the consequences of the violence by showing them clearly and without irony. Saints Row, which arrived in 2006, took a different approach. Where GTA had been growing more serious with each iteration, Saints Row committed to absurdism: more ridiculous weapons, more cartoonish violence, more explicit satire of the conventions the genre had established. The first Saints Row was set in a fictional city and played much like GTA San Andreas, but with a different tonal register. Later entries in the series would lean further and further into comedy and fantasy. Saints Row became the game you played when you wanted what GTA gave you but didn't want to think about it. None of these games, individually or collectively, came close to matching GTA's cultural impact or commercial success. This was partly a function of marketing and distribution, but it was more fundamentally a function of the specific quality that Rockstar had built into its games: the willingness to take the world seriously, to build it with genuine depth, to populate it with content the player might never find, to make the radio stations substantive enough to be worth listening to on their own terms. The competitors made games, Rockstar made places. Rockstar didn't wait to see how the competition did. They were already building Vice City by the time the GTA 3 reviews hit. The team had taken their field research trips to Miami before GTA 3 had shipped. The casting conversations had started. The radio station licensing was underway. In practical terms, the team had never stopped working. The finishing of GTA 3 and the beginning of Vice City overlapped by months, the creative energy of the studio not allowing for the kind of pause that most studios would have taken after a release of that scale. This pace, the relentless production schedule that characterized the PS2 era of GTA, is one of the reasons the franchise achieved such cultural dominance in such a short time. 3 years. GTA 3 in 2001, Vice City in 2002, San Andreas in 2004. 3 games, each a significant leap forward from the last, each setting a new commercial record, each expanding the vocabulary of what an open-world game could contain. The genre that GTA 3 invented was simultaneously being perfected by the same studio that invented it before anyone else could learn how to compete. The sales reflected the response. GTA 3 became the highest-selling game of 2001. It was the second highest-selling game of 2002, behind only its own sequel, Grand Theft Auto: Vice City, which shipped in October of that year. 14.5 million copies in the game's run on PS2 before the PC port and the Xbox version expanded the numbers further. The audience that GTA 3 created was also new in important ways. The game carried a mature rating, 17 and older by ESRB standards. This meant that a significant portion of its actual audience was playing it outside the age bracket it was rated for, either with or without parental awareness. This was not unusual for mature-rated games in 2001. What was unusual was the cultural visibility of those younger players, the degree to which GTA 3 became a topic of conversation among teenagers in a way that a mature-rated game rarely had before. The controversy helped, as it always had, but the game's genuine fun was the actual reason it spread through schools and neighborhoods and households the way it did. 11-year-olds played it, 14-year-olds played it, 16-year-olds played it, 35-year-olds played it. The age range of GTA 3's actual audience was broader than its rating, broader than its marketing, broader than anyone at Rockstar had specifically planned for. That breadth became the franchise's most durable commercial asset, not the hardcore gaming audience, but the cultural saturation that came from being the game that everyone, regardless of whether they owned it, had heard about. Microsoft, notably, had been offered GTA 3 as an Xbox exclusive before it was released. The company's representatives evaluated the game and declined, citing its adult content and the poor sales history of the franchise's earlier entries. It was a decision Microsoft would regret for years. The specific nature of Microsoft's miscalculation is worth understanding because it reflects an assumption about gaming culture that GTA 3 had already made obsolete. The representatives who evaluated the game saw a game about crime with graphic content and a franchise that had sold 500,000 copies on PC. They saw risk. They didn't see the thing that everyone who actually played GTA 3 for the first time saw, that this was a different kind of experience from anything that had existed before, and that different in this case meant better in ways that were going to matter enormously. The people who declined the GTA 3 exclusive were not stupid. They were making a rational calculation based on available evidence. The available evidence didn't include the experience of playing the game, which was the only evidence that mattered. GTA 3's Xbox port, when it eventually arrived in May 2003 alongside Vice City, was a commercial success. Microsoft spent considerable energy and money over the following years trying to secure GTA content for Xbox platforms. The $50 million deal for GTA 4 DLC exclusivity in 2006 was partly an attempt to repair the damage done by the 2001 decision. It is one of the more expensive mistakes in the history of the games industry. DMA Design was renamed Rockstar Studios in March 2002. And then Rockstar North in May 2002. The renaming formalized what the acquisition had been leading toward. The studio that had made Lemmings and Grand Theft Auto was now fully integrated into the Rockstar Games operation, its identity merged with the American brand that was distributing the series globally. The old Dundee identity, the fish and chip shop, the computer club, the small team of friends making games in a room, was now embedded inside one of the most commercially powerful companies in gaming. The games that followed would be made with larger teams, larger budgets, and larger ambitions. The Dundee-Edinburgh corridor had been home to DMA's work since the company's founding. Rockstar North, as it was now called, was based in Edinburgh rather than Dundee. The relocation had happened as the company grew and needed premises more suited to a studio of its size. Edinburgh offered the infrastructure that a studio of several hundred people needed. It also offered, for a team that had spent 15 years making games about American cities, a particular kind of distance from those cities. The perspective of someone looking at New York or Miami or Los Angeles from 6,000 miles away and asking what the essential character of those places is, what they look like in movies and sound like in music and feel like in the cultural imagination of the British working and middle class. That perspective informed every GTA World Rockstar North built. Liberty City is not what New York actually is. It is what New York means in the cultural imagination of people who have grown up watching American movies and television while living on the other side of the Atlantic. That specific construction, intimate with the mythology, distant from the reality, is what makes GTA's cities feel like heightened, recognizable versions of real places rather than either accurate simulations or fantasy environments. But the soul that David Jones and Mike Daly and Russell Kay and Steve Hammond had assembled in that college basement remained in the work. The commitment to chaos as a design principle, the insistence that the world should feel real enough that the player could break it, the understanding that the most interesting thing about a city is not the missions, but the space between the missions, the driving, the listening, the wandering. GTA 3 had proven that these ideas worked in 3 dimensions. The question was where to take them next. The team had already decided they were going south. They were going to the 1980s. They were going to Miami. The development of Grand Theft Auto Vice City began almost immediately after GTA 3 shipped. The team had spent so long inside Liberty City, its rain-slicked streets, its grey light, its institutional architecture, that the direction of the next game was partly driven by a desire for something visually different. Liberty City was New York in mood and palette. What they wanted next was sun. They wanted excess. They wanted the 1980s. Dan Houser, describing the conversation about Vice City's direction years later, named 3 primary sources: Scarface, Miami Vice, and his own childhood memories of that decade. All 3 are present in the finished game in ways that don't feel borrowed so much as synthesized. Vice City is Miami in the way that a fever dream is a city, recognizable, distorted, amplified. The development team conducted field research trips to Miami shortly after GTA 3 shipped, sending small groups to walk the streets, photograph the architecture, observe the traffic patterns, and absorb the specific quality of light and color that distinguishes Miami from every other American city. Art director Aaron Garbut used Miami Vice, the television series, as the primary reference for the neon lighting that became one of Vice City's most distinctive visual elements. The series ran from 1984 to 1989 and established a visual language for the city that combined pastel architecture with the deep blue of water and sky and the warm pink and orange of Florida sunsets. Garbut watched episodes specifically for the lighting. The team watched a lot of Miami Vice during development, reportedly the whole series. The choice to set the game in 1986 rather than in a contemporary version of the city was a design decision that opened up everything else. A contemporary Vice City would need to compete with the real Miami, always at a disadvantage. A 1986 Vice City was its own thing entirely, a version of the city built from collective cultural memory, from movies and television shows and songs that most of the development team remembered from their childhoods. The distance of 2 decades meant the team could make choices freely, building a Miami of the imagination rather than a Miami of documentation. The result is a game that feels, to anyone who has played it, more like a destination than a level. You don't go to Vice City to complete missions, you go to Vice City to be there. The protagonist question had been the defining challenge of GTA 3. Claude's silence had worked in its way, but the team knew they were leaving something on the table. A 1980s crime story needed a voice. It needed someone who could stand at the center of a narrative this saturated with cultural reference and hold it together. Ray Liotta got the call. Liotta was, in 2002, perhaps best known to gaming audiences as Henry Hill in Martin Scorsese's Goodfellas, a film that had its own relationship with the 1980s New York crime world and that had clearly influenced the GTA series' general attitude toward organized crime and cinematic violence. Casting Liotta as Tommy Vercetti, the protagonist of Vice City, brought a specific set of associations into the game, not just Liotta's performance, but everything that performance connected to. Tommy Vercetti is, in many ways, the template for the GTA protagonist as the series would eventually define it. He is from New York, he has done time in prison, he has a code that is not the same as morality, and he operates by it consistently. He's not a good person. He is also, when things go wrong, exactly the person you want in the room. Liotta described the role as challenging in a specific way. You were creating a character that wasn't there before you started. No co-stars to react to, no scene partners in the conventional sense, just a script, a microphone, and the task of inhabiting someone who existed only in dialogue and instructions. He found it. His Tommy Vercetti sweats charisma, as Edge magazine put it in their review. The rest of the cast assembled around Liotta was equally formidable. Philip Michael Thomas, who had played Ricardo Tubbs in the actual Miami Vice, voiced Lance Vance, Tommy's partner, whose relationship to Tommy was modeled explicitly on the Crockett-Tubbs dynamic from the show. Burt Reynolds played Avery Carrington. Dennis Hopper played the film director Steve Scott. Danny Trejo appeared. William Fichtner played Ken Rosenberg, the neurotic lawyer who becomes Tommy's first contact in Vice City. Fairuza Balk, Deborah Harry from Blondie, and former NFL player Tom Sizemore rounded out a cast that would have been notable in a film. The dialogue they were recording ran to 8,000 lines, 4 times the amount in GTA 3. The game also contained over 90 minutes of cutscenes and 9 hours of music across its radio stations. More than 113 songs and commercial spots were licensed, researched, and curated to create the specific feeling of a 1986 car radio on a Miami afternoon. The radio stations were published by Epic Records in a 7-album soundtrack box set released alongside the game. The record budget for Vice City, $5 million, was Rockstar North's largest to that point for a single game. It still seems like very little money for what was produced. There is a generation of players for whom Vice City is not a game they played, but a place they went. The specific quality of its late afternoon light on the beach road, the way the radio stations created an ambient mood that you carried into the open world between missions, the sound of helicopters at sunset, the neon of the strip at night, the absurdity of the property empire you could build, strip clubs, taxi companies, car dealerships, ice cream vans, each purchase expanding your presence in the city in ways that felt like ownership rather than progress tracking. The property system was new. GTA 3 had let you complete missions and earn money. Vice City let you invest money in businesses that generated regular income, creating a passive economy alongside the active one. This turned the city into something more than a mission environment. It became an asset to manage, a territory to defend, a place where your decisions had ongoing material consequence. Tommy Vercetti wasn't just passing through Vice City. He was building something there. The film influences were worn openly. Scarface is the most visible. Tommy's arc, the rise from nobody to kingpin, the siege on his mansion in the final act, the cocaine empire at the center of the story, even the look of certain interior spaces. But the game was smart enough not to simply copy Scarface, smart enough to know that Scarface was well known enough that copying it would be noticed as copying rather than homage. What it actually built was a synthesis: Scarface for the rise and fall structure, Goodfellas for the criminal milieu and voice acting sensibility, Miami Vice for the visual register, and the 1980s Florida atmosphere. Dan Houser's writing had found its register by Vice City in ways that GTA 3's script, constrained by Claude's silence, hadn't been able to fully develop. Tommy speaks. He reacts. He has opinions. He is impatient with incompetence in a specific way. He expects things done correctly and finds it personally offensive when they aren't. His conversation with Ken Rosenberg in the opening minutes, delivered while both of them are still processing the ambush that opens the story, establishes Tommy's character in about 30 seconds. Sharp, controlled, furious, and functioning. The supporting cast gave Vice City a texture GTA 3 had lacked. Colonel Juan Cortez, the aging Latin American military man navigating criminal politics with old-world manners. Ken Rosenberg, neurotic and loyal and in over his head from the first scene. Avery Carrington, the real estate developer who sees Vice City as commodity before Tommy does. Lance Vance, whose trajectory through the story is a specific kind of tragedy. Someone who wants more than the world is willing to give them, and who makes increasingly destructive decisions in pursuit of it. Philip Michael Thomas playing Lance Vance is one of the more layered pieces of casting in the game's history. Thomas had spent 5 years as Detective Ricardo Tubbs in the actual Miami Vice. His presence in the game as a criminal rather than a cop was a deliberate inversion. The same face, the same general register of cool confidence, but pointed in the opposite moral direction. Players who knew the show understood the reference without needing explanation. The radio stations are where Vice City made its most durable cultural impact. Several players who encountered the game in 2002 were encountering the 1980s for the first time. Too young to have lived through it, old enough to experience it as something the previous generation talked about, with a specific nostalgic intensity. Vice City gave them a curated version of that decade's music, not every song from the era, but the specific songs that captured the mood Rockstar was building. Flock of Seagulls, Michael Jackson, Toto, Frankie Goes to Hollywood, Level 42. The songs assembled into 9 stations, each staking out a corner of the decade's sound. There are people who discovered Flock of Seagulls through Vice City, who heard Michael Jackson's Billie Jean for the first time while driving a stolen car through a fictional Miami at 2 in the morning in 2002. The radio stations did more to introduce 1980s pop to a younger generation than most retrospective compilations managed. Vice City shipped on October 29th, 2002 for PlayStation 2. It became the best-selling game of 2002, outselling everything including its own predecessor, which had itself been the best-selling game of the previous year. 14 million copies in its initial run, a further 3.5 million across subsequent releases, 17.5 million total. The reviews were nearly identical in character to those for GTA 3. Universal acclaim, with specific praise for the music and the atmosphere and the density of what Rockstar had put inside the world. GameSpot's Jeff Gerstmann gave it a 9.6, IGN's Douglas Perry gave it a 9.7 and called it one of the most impressive games of the year. Metacritic's aggregate rating for the PS2 version placed it as the 5th highest rated game in the platform's history. What the scores don't capture is the specific thing Vice City did better than any previous GTA. It made you feel successful. GTA 3's Liberty City was a city you survived. The missions were hard. The environment was hostile. The rain and the grey light and the institutional architecture communicated a kind of baseline oppression that the player was always fighting against. Even when you succeeded, Liberty City felt like a city that was going to keep making your life difficult. Vice City felt like a city where you could win. The sun helped. The music helped enormously, but what helped most was the property system, the ability to buy businesses that generated income, to see your name become a feature of Vice City's economy. Tommy Vercetti's arc from arriving at the airport with nothing to owning the Vercetti mansion and controlling the city's drug trade is, among other things, a fantasy of the kind of success that the city initially makes look impossible. Vice City was the first GTA game that made the player feel powerful over the city rather than merely surviving it. This shift in emotional register from survival to ownership was felt by players who couldn't necessarily articulate it. The Vice City forums from 2002 and 2003 are full of people describing the experience of buying their last property or completing the final mission with a satisfaction that went beyond completing a game. It felt like something had been accomplished, something had been built. The tone was also, and this is important, funnier than GTA 3rd. The radio station advertisements, the pharmaceutical companies marketing bizarre products with terrifying side effects, the corporate doublespeak turned up to 11. The specific quality of late-night local television advertising translated into fictional businesses were sharper than anything in GTA 3's equivalent content. Laszlo returned for a new radio show. The Vice City News was a pitch-perfect parody of local television journalism. The game knew that it was absurd and engaged with that absurdity deliberately. The Xbox port of Vice City, released in October 2003, added custom soundtracks, the ability to play music from a ripped CD through the game's car radio system. This feature was controversial in the community. Purists felt it disrupted the carefully curated 1986 atmosphere and beloved by everyone else. The ability to drive through Vice City at night, playing whatever you wanted from your personal music collection, was the kind of personalization that gaming had rarely offered before and that felt genuinely special at the time. The game's story ends with Tommy Vercetti having taken control of the Vice City drug trade, having rebuilt the criminal operation that started the game's main plot, and sitting in his mansion at the top of the hierarchy he's constructed. It is a successful ending by the franchise's own logic. The criminal protagonist has achieved what they set out to achieve. It is not a redemptive ending or a cautionary one. Tommy wins. The city is his. Vice City did something for the franchise that GTA 3 had been too revolutionary and too rough to do. It proved that the formula worked not just as a proof of concept, but as a repeatable framework. GTA 3 had been a technical miracle. Vice City was a mature expression of what that miracle made possible. You could take the GTA design, the city, the missions, the radio, the escalating consequence, and you could point it at a different era, a different city, a different cultural register, and it would work again, differently but equally well. The franchise was not a fluke, it was a method. The next question was how far that method could stretch. How large could the canvas be? How much story could it hold? How deep could the world go? They answered all three questions at once in the state of San Andreas in October 2004. The design brief for Grand Theft Auto San Andreas was, by all available accounts, a single sentence in concept and an engineering nightmare in execution. Build 3 cities and put countryside between them, 3 cities, 3 distinct urban environments, each based on a real American city, each with its own character and architecture and gang culture and radio programming, connected by rural landscape that would need to feel as detailed and traversable as the cities themselves, mountains, farmland, desert, a military base, a racetrack, a casino, all of it navigable without loading screens. The map of San Andreas measures 6 kilometers by 6 kilometers, 36 million square meters. It is, as Obe Vermeij, Rockstar North's technical director on the project, confirmed, the exterior map alone, not counting the interior locations, of which there are many. The PS2 hardware was pushed to limits the team was discovering as they built. New level of detail systems were implemented that had never been tried before on the platform. Models shared low detail versions in ways that meant the console could keep up with what the player needed to see without the game collapsing under its own weight. The visual variety that San Andreas achieved within this map was, in 2004, extraordinary. Los Santos had the specific density of Los Angeles, wide streets, palm trees, commercial blocks giving way to residential blocks, giving way to the hills above the city. San Fierro was built around hills and fog and the specific European quality of San Francisco's architecture, its streets at angles to each other rather than the grid of Los Santos. Las Venturas was flat and lit by neon in a way that made it look different from both cities, the specific aesthetic of a desert gambling town, everything designed to be visible from a distance in the dark. Between the cities was countryside, real countryside, not the decorative edge of city emptiness that GTA 3 and Vice City had used to mark the limits of their worlds, but traversable farmland and desert and mountain range that players could spend hours in without encountering a story mission. The driving through San Andreas was different depending on where you were, the stop and start of city traffic, the open highway of the desert roads, the steep and winding approaches to Mount Chiliad. Each environment had its own physics of movement, its own ambient sound, its own feel. Mount Chiliad itself became a kind of landmark in gaming's memory. The mountain dominated the San Andreas skyline and could be climbed by foot or mountain bike or cable car. From the top, on a clear in-game day, you could see the entire state, the cities, the desert, the coast. The game's map was visible as geography rather than territory. Players who climbed Mount Chiliad early, before they'd explored the world below, saw what was waiting for them and understood for the first time the scale of what they were inside. The interiors of San Andreas, the buildings the player could enter and move through, were more numerous and more varied than any previous GTA game. The Grove Street House, the various businesses, the interiors of casinos in Las Venturas that were larger than the entirety of some games from the previous hardware generation. Each interior had its own ambient sound design, its own lighting, its own population of NPCs engaged in their own activities. The game's world extended inward as well as outward. Technical limitations enforced some compromises. The PS2 could handle the world's density, but not its full visual fidelity at close range. Textures were lower resolution than the concept artists would have wanted. Some buildings that appeared in the distance were simplified versions of themselves. Pop-in, the visual effect of objects appearing as the camera moved toward them, was managed but not eliminated. These were the concessions the team made to run a world this large on hardware that had never been designed to support it. The PS2 version of San Andreas, the one that sold 27.5 million copies, the one that the majority of players experienced, was the product of managing those limitations so skillfully that the game's ambition felt real, even where the hardware couldn't fully render it. That management is its own achievement, in some ways more impressive than the ambition itself. The narrative that sat inside this world was the most personal and specific the franchise had attempted. Carl C.J. Johnson returns to Los Santos, the San Andreas city based on Los Angeles, in 1992 following the murder of his mother. He left the city 5 years earlier, escaping a gang life that was consuming everyone around him. He comes back and finds that nothing has improved. His gang, the Grove Street Families, has fractured. His brother Sweet is still there, barely holding things together. His childhood friends are making choices that are going to get them killed, and a pair of corrupt community resources against street hoodlums officers crash immediately intercept him at the airport and make it clear that they own him now. The corrupt cop at the center of this arrangement is Frank Tenpenny. Samuel L. Jackson voices him. This is not a piece of casting that needs to be oversold. Jackson, as a corrupt, brilliant, menacing police officer who uses the law as a weapon, is exactly as good as it sounds. He won the Spike Video Game Award for Best Performance by a Human Male. The character became one of the most discussed in the series' history. The supporting cast extended from Jackson outward in every direction. Chris Penn voiced Officer Eddie Pulaski, Tenpenny's partner. James Woods played government operative Mike Torino. Ice-T, Faison Love, MC8, Yo-Yo, Charlie Murphy, David Cross, Peter Fonda, and Will Wheaton all appeared. The game earned a place in the Guinness World Records 2009 Gamers Edition for the largest voice cast of any game at the time, 861 credited voice actors, including 174 principal actors and 687 additional performers. The decision to hire DJ Pooh, the LA producer, who had been part of Uncle Jam's army with Ice-T, who had worked with Ice Cube, who had co-written the film Friday, as a creative consultant, was one that defined the game's relationship with its setting more than any technical decision. Pooh brought people in and vouched for the project. He brought young Melee to voice CJ. He brought authenticity to a game about early 1990s Los Angeles street life that was being made by a Scottish studio. He helped the Rockstar team understand what they were building and gave them the connections to build it correctly. Obe Vermey recalled that midway through development, the New York team went back and assigned each gang a different walk animation, a different style of movement reflecting the specific culture of that group. It was a detail that players might not consciously notice. It was the kind of detail that meant San Andreas felt genuinely inhabited rather than uniformly populated. Every animator had to retrace their work to make it happen. Nobody argued about whether it was worth the time. The RPG elements that San Andreas introduced to the franchise were a natural extension of the setting. In a game about a man trying to become something in a world that is trying to keep him in place, it made sense that the player's character would develop. CJ could gain muscle from working out at gyms. He could gain weight from eating too much fast food. He could learn new fighting styles. His driving and weapon skills improved with practice. The game tracked his relationships with the women he dated and rewarded him for maintaining them. Big Smoke's fast food order: I'll have 2 number 9s, a number 9 large, a number 6 with extra dip, a number 7, 2 45s, 1 with cheese and a large soda, became one of the most memorialized single lines of dialogue in gaming history. It is specific enough to be funny, excessive enough to be character, and delivered with exactly the right energy. San Andreas launched on October 26, 2004 and sold 27.5 million copies. It is still the best-selling PlayStation 2 game of all time. At the Spike Video Game Awards, it won Game of the Year, Best Action Game, and Best Performance by a Human Male. Michael Hunter's theme song, written by a Scottish composer who had grown up watching Yo MTV Raps on VHS, taped from television, became as identifiable as any piece of music the franchise had ever produced. The story of CJ's arc across San Andreas deserves more attention than the game's enormous scope sometimes allows. The 3 cities of San Andreas are not simply a technical achievement, they are narrative architecture. CJ's story moves through them in a specific order for specific reasons. He starts in Los Santos, grounded in the family and community context that defines the game's opening. The rural sections, where he works for a series of characters who have nothing to do with his past, strip away that context and put him in an environment where nobody knows who he is. The arrival in San Fierro, the city based on San Francisco, gives him a fresh context in which to build something new. The Ventura's sequences in the city based on Las Vegas show what he's become when all the earlier building is finished. This journey, South Los Angeles to Northern California to Nevada, tracking through 3 distinct climatic and cultural zones, is unusual in gaming for the quality of attention it pays to how place changes people. CJ in Los Santos is reactive, defensive, working with what he has. CJ in the desert is adaptable, learning what he needs to. CJ in San Fierro is building something deliberately. CJ in Las Venturas is operating. The character's growth across the game is inseparable from the geography he moves through. Tenpenny is the shadow that follows him across all of it. Samuel L. Jackson's performance has a quality that the script alone couldn't have produced, the specific pleasure of a man who knows he is untouchable, who has been practicing power for so long that it has become his natural register. His final scene, delivered in a burning fire truck careening through the streets of Los Santos, has the quality of a Shakespearean villain's death. Too much, exactly right. The story of San Andreas ends in Los Santos where it began. CJ has traveled the state, built alliances, lost and recovered his family connections, and returned to the place he left with a completely different capacity to operate in it. Sweet is free. Grove Street is not what it was, but it exists. The ending is not triumphant in the way of most video game finales. It is specific and slightly muted, the right amount of victory for a story that has spent 30 hours resisting easy resolution. The cultural legacy of C.J. Johnson extends beyond San Andreas in ways that are difficult to quantify but impossible to ignore. C.J. was, in 2004, the first black protagonist in a major GTA game. He was also, in terms of the breadth and cultural specificity of the world he inhabited, the music, the gang culture, the Los Angeles geography of the early 1990s, the police corruption and racial politics of that era, the most carefully contextualized protagonist the series had produced. The game sold 27.5 million copies. Significant numbers of those buyers encountered early 1990s West Coast hip-hop culture through CJ's world for the first time. The casting choices that produced CJ, DJ Pooh's connections, Young Melee's voice, also produced a game in which black creative voices had shaped the material from the inside rather than providing surface-level aesthetic authenticity to something designed by others. This is a meaningful distinction in an industry where cultural appropriation has sometimes been more visible than cultural collaboration. San Andreas was not made entirely by black creatives, and it is not entirely their story to tell, but the presence of Pooh, Melee, Ice-T, MC8, and the other contributors from that community gave the game a quality of knowing that is difficult to fake and impossible to manufacture after the fact. The game's influence on hip-hop culture ran both directions. West Coast rappers referenced San Andreas in lyrics. The San Andreas soundtrack became, for many players outside California, their introduction to the specific sound that defined early 1990s LA, the samples, the production techniques, the specific lyrical preoccupations of that time and place. A game set in a fictional 1992 became, for a generation of players who were not alive in 1992, the primary text through which they understood that era. The cultural collaboration that produced San Andreas deserves examination that it rarely receives, because it was genuinely unusual in the history of major commercial game development. DJ Pooh's involvement went beyond advisory. He was an active participant in casting and creative decisions around authenticity. His background, producing beats for Ice Cube, co-writing Friday, running in circles that included the core artists of West Coast hip-hop's golden period, gave him access that a British studio could not have acquired independently. When Pooh called someone and said the project was worth their time, people listened. When he told the Rockstar team that something didn't feel right about how they'd represented a specific element of the Los Angeles street world, they revised it. Young Melee, who voiced CJ, was one of Pooh's connections. Melee was not a professional actor in 2004. He was a rapper from South Central Los Angeles who had grown up in the world the game was depicting. His voice work on CJ has a quality that professional actors don't always bring to roles like this. Not polish, but specificity. The way CJ talks about Grove Street, about his friends, about the city, reflects someone who knew that world from the inside. The 11 radio stations were curated with the same care. Radio Los Santos played Tupac, Dr. Dre, Cypress Hill, and the other artists who defined the sound of early 1990s LA rap. KJAR West covered reggae and dub. Bounce FM played funk and soul. The Playback FM station reached into the sampling tradition, playing the original records that hip-hop producers had built their beats from, giving players who grew up with the samples the experience of hearing the sources for the first time. Sean Fontino, who voiced a minor gang member called Fam One in San Andreas, would come back to the franchise a decade later as Franklin Clinton, one of the 3 protagonists of Grand Theft Auto V. He described the trajectory simply, "I owe Rockstar all of this for me, man." The game that followed all of this was not another step forward in the same direction. It was a step towards something that would generate, hidden in its code, the most politically charged scandal in gaming history. Patrick Wildenborg spent his evenings writing small programs. He was a Dutch software developer with an interest in game modding, the practice of opening up commercial games files and modifying their content. He was not a professional. He was not affiliated with DMA Design or Rockstar North or Take-Two Interactive. He was a hobbyist who spent his free time understanding how game files worked and making small modifications to things he found interesting. In June 2005, he was looking through the code for Grand Theft Auto, San Andreas. The game had been released in October 2004 and had already sold millions of copies. It was successful enough that its files had attracted the attention of the modding community, who were doing the things modding communities do, finding Easter eggs, unlocking cosmetic options, understanding the game's internal architecture. Wildenborg was doing this methodically, working through the files systematically. He found something that wasn't accessible in normal gameplay, a minigame, a fully animated, camera-controlled sexual minigame involving CJ and his girlfriend, present in the game's code but inaccessible through any normal sequence of play. The developers had built it. They had decided not to include it in the released game. Including it would have meant requesting an adults-only rating from the ESRB, which most major American retailers would not stock. They had made the content inaccessible. They had not removed it from the code. Wildenborg wrote a small modification, a few lines of code, that re-enabled the content. He called it hot coffee, after the euphemism CJ uses when inviting a girlfriend back to his apartment in the game's scripted date sequences. He released it online in June 2005. The response was not immediate. The modifications circulated among the modding community for a few weeks before the broader gaming press noticed it. When they did, the story spread rapidly, partly because the content itself was more explicit than anything in the released game, and partly because of the specific nature of what had happened. The ESRB, the American Games Rating Board, had rated San Andreas as mature, appropriate for players 17 and older. The content that Wildenborg had uncovered would have required an adults-only rating, which the ESRB defines as appropriate only for players 18 and older. The distinction matters less than it might seem in the abstract, 1 year, but in practical terms, the difference between a mature and an adults-only game was enormous. Walmart, Target, and Best Buy, the 3 largest game retailers in the United States, had policies against stocking adults-only titles. An AO rating would effectively have removed San Andreas from approximately 40% of the retail market before it was released. Rockstar had made a calculation: exclude the content from normal gameplay, leave it in the code, and ship a mature-rated game. Wildenborg's modification exposed that calculation. The ESRB investigated. On July 20th, 2005, the board took the unprecedented step of revoking San Andreas's mature rating and replacing it with adults only. It was the first time in the ESRB's history that a major commercial release had been retroactively reclassified. Walmart, Target, and Best Buy pulled the game the same day. Rockstar suspended manufacturing and announced a recall of the existing stock. They prepared a patched version of the game with the code fully removed. The financial damage, as disclosed in Take-Two's quarterly filing, ran to $28.8 million in lost revenue in the fiscal third quarter of 2005. The game was banned outright in Australia. The class action lawsuit that followed was eventually settled for $20 million. And then the politicians arrived. Senator Hillary Clinton of New York sent a letter to the Federal Trade Commission on July 14th, 2005, calling for an investigation. She described the spread of the content as a silent epidemic and announced that she was working on legislation that would make it a federal crime, accompanied by a mandatory $5,000 fine to sell mature or adults-only games to anyone under 18. In December 2005, she introduced the Family Entertainment Protection Act, co-signed by Senators Joe Lieberman and Evan Bayh. The bill did not become law. It expired at the end of the 109th Congress without a vote. Jack Thompson, a Florida attorney who had spent years attempting to link GTA's content to real-world violence through lawsuits and media campaigns, used the hot coffee scandal as an opportunity to amplify his existing arguments. Thompson had previously filed suits claiming that GTA's violence had inspired real crimes, most notably in the case of Devin Moore, an Alabama man convicted of killing 3 police officers in 2005. Thompson's lawsuits were consistently dismissed. His public comments were not. His ability to place himself in front of cameras during moments of gaming controversy gave him a visibility that his legal record didn't warrant. In 2008, the Florida Supreme Court permanently disbarred him for professional misconduct. The specific charges included making false statements to courts and filing repeated frivolous cases. Thompson's career as a gaming critic ended the way most GTA players would have expected it to, in failure, with institutional disapproval over a period of about a decade. Rockstar, for their part, filed a hot coffee-adjacent Easter egg into Grand Theft Auto 4 3 years later. The Statue of Happiness, the game's version of the Statue of Liberty, stands in Liberty City's harbour holding a steaming cup of coffee where the torch should be. The facial structure of the statue is modelled on Hillary Clinton. The file name, deep inside the game's code, is Stat Hilber. The development team has never formally acknowledged the connection. The community noticed it within days of the game's release. The hot coffee scandal did not slow GTA's commercial momentum in any meaningful, long-term way. San Andreas remained the best-selling PS2 game ever. The franchise continued, but the scandal established a political template that would recur throughout the series' history. The pattern in which GTA's content generates media coverage, that coverage generates political attention, that attention generates legislation attempts, and those legislation attempts fail while the games continue to sell. The pattern has repeated itself with every major GTA release since, and every time the franchise has emerged from the controversy with more attention, more cultural presence, and a slightly larger audience than it had before. But the hot coffee scandal was distinctive in its specific mechanisms. Most GTA controversies were triggered by the game's designed content, things the developers had put in deliberately and that critics responded to as a deliberate provocation. Hot coffee was different. The content that triggered the scandal was content the developers had removed or tried to remove. The scandal was about the decision to leave hidden code in a shipped product rather than the decision to create the code in the first place. This distinction matters for understanding how the gaming industry changed after 2005. The ESRB, which had been criticized for years for rating games based on submitted video footage rather than playing them in full, began moving toward a system that required full code submissions and expanded its own testing procedures. The changes were not immediate or complete. The ESRB still faced criticism for ratings processes that critics felt were too industry-friendly, but the hot coffee scandal accelerated conversations about rating system reform that had been moving slowly before it erupted. Take-Two Interactive's corporate response to the scandal was also instructive. The company replaced CEO Jeff Lapin with Paul Eibler in 2004 before the hot coffee story broke, but the board's handling of the crisis in summer 2005, the recalls, the shareholder communications, the negotiations with regulators, reflected a company trying to professionalize its public affairs capacity. Take-Two in 2005 was a company that had grown very fast on the back of a very controversial product and had not fully developed the institutional structures to manage the attention that product attracted. Hot coffee forced that development. The legal settlements, the regulatory pressure, and the reputational damage of the quarter in which Walmart pulled San Andreas from shelves produced structural changes in how Take-Two managed content review and communications. There is also a technical post-mortem worth considering. The hot coffee content was not entirely removed from the shipping code. Wildenborg's modification consisted of a single small file that changed specific flags in the game's memory, enabling content that still existed in the game's assets and animations. The question of whether this represents a security failure, a production oversight, or a deliberate calculation has never been definitively resolved. The developers who worked on San Andreas have given varying accounts. Some have said the content was removed from the accessible game, and the decision to leave the underlying assets in place was simply a production efficiency decision. Removing the code that enabled the content was faster than removing the assets themselves. Others have implied that the content was meant to be inaccessible in ways that Wildenborg's simple modification shouldn't have been able to reverse. The truth is probably somewhere in between. The content was meant to be inaccessible. The developers didn't anticipate a modification that simple reversing their work, and the result was a scandal that cost the company $8.5 million per week for 3 weeks. Patrick Wildenborg, for his part, received no money from any of this. He was a hobbyist who found something interesting in a game file and released a modification that changed the game he owned. He was never sued. He was never charged with anything. He was Dutch, and the distribution of game files in the Netherlands at the time was not clearly illegal in the way the American lawsuits were attempting to describe. He gave an interview to GameSpot in 2005 and otherwise largely disappeared from public attention. The hot coffee scandal's aftermath contained one element that tends to be overlooked. The ESRB's handling of the situation was extensively documented and became required reading in video game law and policy courses for years afterward. The scandal produced the most significant discussion in the industry's history about the boundaries of ratings compliance, about what exactly a rating agency is certifying when it rates a game, and how much responsibility the rating agency bears when hidden content not present in the submitted materials turns out to exist in the shipped product. The ESRB's position was that Rockstar had submitted misleading materials for rating, that the rating had been based on content that did not include the hot coffee sequences, which should have been disclosed. Rockstar's position was that the content was inaccessible through normal gameplay and therefore did not require disclosure under the existing rating procedures. Both positions were defensible under the rules as they existed at the time. The scandal forced a revision of those rules. The broader cultural conversation about video games and ratings that the hot coffee scandal produced was, in retrospect, an important transitional moment. By 2005, video games were no longer a niche medium. They were a mass consumer product with annual revenues comparable to the film industry. The political attention they attracted, from Clinton, from Lieberman, from the succession of state legislators who tried to pass video game legislation throughout the 2000s, reflected an establishment's discomfort with a medium that had grown into mainstream culture faster than the regulatory and critical infrastructure had been able to adapt. GTA was the most visible face of that discomfort because it was the most successful, the most deliberately provocative, and the most resistant to the kind of explanation that made regulators comfortable. You couldn't say GTA was educational. You couldn't say its violence served a redemptive narrative purpose. The franchise's consistent position, implicit rather than argued, was that it was entertainment for adults who could determine for themselves what they wanted to consume. This position did not satisfy politicians or parents' groups. It satisfied the commercial market, which bought San Andreas 27.5 million times. The Statue of Happiness in GTA 4, the one in Liberty City's harbour, holding a coffee cup with the file name Stat Hilber, is Rockstar's last publicly visible comment on the matter. They put it in the game 3 years after the scandal. They never explained it. The community found it and understood it immediately. That's the kind of studio Rockstar is. The years between San Andreas and GTA 4 were not empty. They were crowded with games, portable versions, side stories, alternative perspectives on cities the main series had already built. But they were also years of waiting, in the specific way that gamers wait for a numbered GTA sequel, with the awareness that something enormous was coming that couldn't be shown to them yet. Grand Theft Auto Advance came out in 2004, released alongside San Andreas for the Game Boy Advance. It returned to the top-down perspective of the original games, set in Liberty City, and was developed by Digital Eclipse rather than Rockstar North, making it the only game in the franchise's numbered releases to be made by a studio outside the core Rockstar organization. It was not particularly successful critically or commercially. It is a footnote. Liberty City Stories came in October 2005 for the PlayStation Portable. This was Rockstar Leeds' work, a full three-dimensional GTA game designed for Sony's handheld, set in Liberty City during the period before GTA 3. The technical achievement of putting a GTA-scale experience on a handheld was real and earned genuine praise. The game was later ported to PS2 for players who hadn't bought a PSP. Vice City Stories followed in October 2006, again on the PSP, again from Rockstar Leeds, a prequel to Vice City set in 1984, 2 years before Tommy Vercetti arrived in the city. The voice cast included real-world Miami Vice actor Philip Michael Thomas, returning as Lance Vance, a different character in this period than the one he would become in Tommy's story. Vice City Stories expanded on the Vice City world's edges without disrupting what the 2002 game had established. GTA Chinatown Wars arrived in March 2009 and did something genuinely surprising. It shipped first on the Nintendo DS, making it the franchise's introduction to Nintendo hardware and the first GTA game on a platform associated predominantly with family-friendly gaming. Rockstar Leeds made the game with a revised top-down perspective, stylized cel-shaded graphics, and an emphasis on the drug trade mechanics that had appeared briefly in GTA's earlier games but never been centered. The DS version was initially received with enthusiasm from critics and cold reception from the commercial audience. Not many DS players were in the market for a GTA title. Later, PSP and iOS versions performed better. None of these were GTA 4, but they mattered more than their footnote status suggests. The handheld era of GTA served two purposes simultaneously. Commercially, the portable titles kept the franchise visible and active during the years when the main series was silent. Artistically, they allowed Rockstar Leeds, the team responsible for both Liberty City Stories and Vice City Stories, to develop their own relationship with the franchise's worlds and fill in histories that the numbered games had only implied. Liberty City Stories, in particular, added texture to the Liberty City that GTA 3's players thought they knew. The city in 2001, 3 years before GTA 3's events, is a different place, politically contested, with crime bosses whose power is shakier than it appears, a city in transition. Tony Cipriani, the protagonist, is a character from GTA 3's mission roster. Playing his story retroactively changed how GTA 3 looked in memory. This kind of franchise enrichment, where prequels recontextualize what came before, was new for GTA and prepared the ground for the way the series would later use DLC and sequels to deepen individual cities. Vice City Stories did something similar but different. Set in 1984, it gave Lance Vance a story before Tommy Vercetti arrived and made a mess of everything. Philip Michael Thomas's performance across both Vice City and Vice City Stories is one of the franchise's underrated pieces of sustained character work. The same actor, the same character, 8 years apart in the fictional timeline, each version of Lance shaped by what he hasn't yet experienced. GTA, Chinatown Wars deserves more attention than its commercial performance earned it. The decision to target the Nintendo DS was a calculated risk, a platform with 100 million units sold globally, most of them to an audience that included a significant number of casual players who would never have sought out a GTA title otherwise. The risk was that the DS audience wasn't looking for GTA. The game tried to come to them in a form that met the platform, stylized graphics, touchscreen mechanics for drug dealing that used the DS's specific input capabilities in ways the PSP version couldn't replicate. The game's Metacritic score for the DS version is 93 out of 100. It is, critically, one of the most respected GTA games in the franchise. Commercially, it sold approximately 500,000 copies on DS in its launch window, which Take-Two described as disappointing. The disconnect between critical response and commercial performance, the game that reviewers loved that players didn't buy, makes Chinatown Wars one of the more melancholy entries in the series. It was exactly as good as everyone who played it said it was. Most DS owners never played it. The numbered sequel had been confirmed at E3 2006 in the most theatrical way available. Microsoft's Peter Moore walked onto the stage, rolled up his sleeve, and revealed a temporary tattoo of the GTA 4 logo pressed to his forearm. The audience understood immediately. The game was coming. The Xbox 360 was getting a piece of it. Development on GTA 4 had actually begun in November 2004, 1 month after San Andreas shipped. Sam Houser would describe following up San Andreas as a nightmare. The game had been so large, so comprehensive, so definitively the end of one era of the franchise that building something new meant first accepting that the old approach wasn't going to work. The three-city, massive landscape design of San Andreas was the peak of what that particular style of GTA could be. Building GTA 4 as a larger San Andreas would be doing something more instead of something different. What Dan Houser wanted to do differently was harder to describe than it sounds. He wanted the world to mean more. He wanted the actions in the world to carry weight, to have consequence that felt genuine rather than mechanical. He wanted the protagonist to be, in his words, a more rounded character than those in previous games, someone whose history and psychology shaped their choices in ways that were more than incidental to the plot. The thinking that produced these goals was extensive. Hauser spent time talking with criminal defense attorneys and law enforcement consultants, trying to understand what real people in the situations GTA imagined were actually like. What emerged from those conversations, he said, was the observation that the real scary characters are not born in America anymore. That observation became Niko Bellic, a man from a grey, unnamed part of Eastern Europe, a war veteran with a past that the game withheld and revealed carefully over its considerable length, arriving in Liberty City, chasing the American dream that his cousin Roman keeps promising exists. The HD era of GTA had begun, and it would produce the most critically celebrated game in the franchise's history, followed 3 years later by the best-selling entertainment product in the history of human civilization. But first, they had to build the engine. Two things needed to be true simultaneously for GTA 4 to be what Dan Houser wanted it to be. First, the world needed to feel more real than any GTA world had felt before. Not bigger, GTA 4's Liberty City would actually be smaller than San Andreas in terms of raw surface area, but denser, more detailed, more alive in the specific sense of feeling like a place where things happened, whether the player was watching or not. The intention was not a larger canvas, but a more significant one. Second, the characters needed to feel like people. The engine they used to achieve the first goal was a combination of two systems that had not previously been used together at this scale. The Rockstar Advanced Game Engine, Rage, had been developed for Rockstar Games Presents Table Tennis, a small sports title released in 2006 that served in retrospect as a technology demonstration for what Rage could do. The physics and animation came from Natural Motion's Euphoria software, which used procedural generation to create character movement that responded dynamically to its environment rather than playing back pre-recorded animations. A character thrown against a wall in Euphoria would catch themselves the way a person would, differently each time depending on the angle and velocity, with the specific wobble of a body trying to recover its balance. When Sam Houser first asked about using Euphoria for GTA 4, the Natural Motion team told him it was impossible for a full game, too computationally expensive, too complex to integrate into the kinds of scenarios GTA generated. Natural Motion engineers came to work on site at Rockstar North for months at a time and proved that it was possible. The facial animation work was handled by Image Metrics, a company whose approach involved motion capture that could translate subtle facial performances into the character models with unusual fidelity. The rigs for GTA 4's main characters had around 100 joints each, and the game contained 300 minutes of facial animation. David Barton, Image Metrics head of production, described the specific challenge of making eyes look right. Having realistic eyes, he said, was 90% of the battle. Once you believed the eyes, you believed the face. Niko Bellic was designed around the specific insight that an immigrant's relationship to America, its promises, its failures, the gap between what it advertised and what it delivered, was more interesting than a protagonist who had grown up inside the system. Niko arrives in Liberty City at Roman's insistence, drawn by a combination of family loyalty and the vague hope that things could be different somewhere else. He finds Liberty City exactly as broken as the place he left, just broken differently. The game's story is largely the story of his understanding of this fact and what he does with it. Niko is the franchise's most critically examined protagonist, and the examination consistently returns to the same quality. He is not a criminal who happens to have a story. He is a person who has been made into a criminal by circumstances he describes but never completely reveals. The war in his past, the specific conflict, the country, the massacre he implies, is never named. This deliberate vagueness allows Nico to represent something general rather than something specific. The experience of a person from a broken place arriving in a place that markets itself as fixed. His relationship with Roman, the cousin whose letters drew him across the ocean, is the emotional center of a game that contains multiple assassination missions and violence at a scale that any realistic accounting would call horrifying. Roman is a liar and an optimist and genuinely loves Nico, and GTA 4 is, underneath its criminal architecture, a study of what those three things mean when they coexist in the same person. Roman's promises are lies. His optimism is real. His love is real. The game holds all three simultaneously without resolving the contradiction, and that refusal to resolve it is where most of GTA 4's emotional weight lives. The city was designed to create specific feelings at the neighborhood level. Hove Beach, where the game opens, communicates its character through architectural detail, the specific combination of Eastern European grocery signs, worn brick apartment buildings, and a sidewalk population that knows it has landed somewhere temporary. The shift when the game opens up and the player first crosses the bridge into Algonquin, the island based on Manhattan, is one of the great moments in the franchise's history. The density increases, the buildings get taller, the light changes, the traffic gets impossible, the city changes its register entirely, and you feel it before you can articulate it. Alderney, the island based on New Jersey, has the quality of a place that has been pushed off the main stage and knows it. Its industrial neighborhoods and suburban sprawl carry the specific energy of somewhere that is close to where things happen without quite being there. The game's use of this geography, moving Nico between islands as the story demands, each island feeling genuinely different from the others, gives GTA 4's Liberty City a sense of scale that the map's actual surface area doesn't fully account for. Dan Houser's script for GTA 4 ran longer than any previous GTA script. The conversations that fill the driving sections of the game, Nico and his various employers, Nico and Roman, Nico and his romantic interests, are not incidental to the story. They are the story as much as the missions are. The player spends significant time driving characters to locations while those characters talk, and those conversations reveal things about who they are that the mission cutscenes don't have room for. This structure, the drive and talk, was criticized by some reviewers as a distraction from the action. It was, in fact, where the character work lived. The Liberty City of GTA 4 was built with the specific intention of avoiding what the team called dead spots, sections of the map that existed as geographic filler between interesting locations but offered nothing in themselves. Every block had been considered. The verticality of the city, its tall buildings, its elevated highways, the way different boroughs were built at different densities, compensated for what it lost in surface area compared to San Andreas. Walking through GTA 4's Liberty City felt different from driving across San Andreas. More like being inside a city, less like being in a landscape. The radio stations were smaller in number than San Andreas but more carefully curated. Music supervisor Ivan Pavlovich described the selection principle as finding songs that made New York what it was while avoiding anything that would feel dated by the time the game shipped. The licensing process involved contacting over 2,000 people for rights clearances. Rockstar paid as much as $5,000 per composition and another $5,000 per master recording for each licensed track. DJ Green Lantern produced original tracks for the hip-hop station. Bobby Condas flew to Jamaica to get dancehall artists to record versions of their songs that referenced Liberty City's geography specifically. The development team was large by historical standards, a core 220-person group at Rockstar North, co-opting studios from across the Rockstar network, including Lincoln, Leeds, London, New England, San Diego, and Toronto, producing a total working team that exceeded 1,000 people. Key members worked 12-hour days through production periods. By April 21, 2008, when the game was submitted for manufacturing, the development had ceased. 8 days later, it was in stores. April 29, 2008, global launch. GTA 4 sold 3.6 million copies in its first 24 hours, generating $310 million in revenue, over 6 million copies sold in the first week, $500 million earned. By May 13, 2008, 2 weeks after launch, the game had broken 3 Guinness World Records: highest grossing video game in 24 hours, highest revenue generated by an entertainment product in 24 hours, and fastest selling video game in 24 hours. The critical response matched the commercial one. Metacritic's aggregate for the PS3 version stood at 98 out of 100, making it one of the highest rated games in the platform's history. The story, Nico's search for specific people from his past, his attempt to navigate a city that promises more than it delivers, his relationship with Roman, was praised as the most sophisticated narrative the franchise had produced. The specific elements that critics highlighted in 2008 are worth cataloguing because they reflect what GTA 4 did differently from its predecessors in ways that the commercial numbers don't fully capture. First, the driving felt different. The weight of the vehicles, the way they slid on wet roads and recovered from impacts with a specific physics that the Euphoria engine made possible. This was the first GTA game where driving felt like driving rather than steering. The cars had mass. They resisted. They behaved in ways that felt consequential rather than arcade smooth. Second, the cover system. GTA 4 introduced taking cover behind objects as a central combat mechanic, replacing the strafe and shoot approach of previous games. This changed the texture of gunfights, made them tactical where they had previously been kinetic. The change was polarizing among long-time GTA players. Some felt it slowed the game's pace, and celebrated by the critical establishment, who found the combat more controlled and satisfying. Third, the city's feel at night. GTA 4's Liberty City After Dark is one of the franchise's most beautiful environments. The neon reflections in wet streets, the lit windows of apartment buildings, the specific quality of artificial light over urban density that makes cities look most like themselves when the sun is down. The team's attention to the nocturnal city, to what it looks and sounds like when the daytime social world has retreated inside and the night social world has taken over, gave GTA 4 a visual personality that its successors have not quite matched. The 2 DLC episodes that followed, The Lost and Damned in February 2009 and The Ballad of Gay Tony in October 2009, expanded Liberty City from the perspectives of motorcycle gang member Johnny Klebitz and nightclub associate Luis Lopez, respectively. Both intersected with the main story in ways that made replaying the original game more interesting. Both were received well. Both are rarely discussed in proportion to their quality. The Lost and Damned is particularly undervalued. Johnny Klebitz's story, a biker trying to hold together a gang whose president has gotten mixed up with heroin, is quieter and sadder than GTA 4's main narrative, and it asks questions about loyalty and community that the franchise had never asked in quite this way before. The Ballad of Gay Tony is, by contrast, pure kinetic fun. Luis Lopez's world is nightclubs and champagne and absurd wealth and Tony Prince, the most lovable minor antagonist the franchise has produced. The two episodes together constitute a kind of diptych, the grim underside of Liberty City and the gleaming surface, viewed from perspectives that the main game couldn't accommodate. GTA 4's total lifetime sales stand at approximately 25 million copies. By the standards of most franchises, that's a phenomenon. By GTA's own standards, it would shortly look like a warm-up. There is a sentence in the development history of Grand Theft Auto 5 that stops most people when they read it. Rockstar North began developing GTA 5 in 2008, around the time GTA 4 was being released. This is not unusual in game development exactly. Studios plan ahead. Pre-production on the next project often begins before the current one ships, but the scale of what GTA 5 became and the length of its development mean that this sentence describes something more than planning. It describes a studio committing 5 years before release to building something that would require 5 years and would cost more than any single entertainment project in history to that point. The development team's core was 360 people at Rockstar North. They drew on staff from Rockstar's studios in Leeds, Lincoln, London, New England, San Diego, and Toronto. The total team, counting internal and external contributors across the development cycle, exceeded 1,000 people. All of them from 2008 to 2013 were building one game. The design decision that structured everything else was 3 protagonists. GTA 5 tells the story of Michael DeSanta, Franklin Clinton, and Trevor Phillips across an interlocking narrative that shifts perspective between them. Michael is a retired bank robber living in Vinewood, the game's version of Hollywood, bored by the life his criminal success brought him. Franklin is a young car repossessor from South Los Santos, ambitious and skilled and trapped in circumstances that don't reflect his abilities. Trevor is Michael's former partner, unhinged, unpredictable, living in a trailer in the desert and running a criminal operation that runs on his particular combination of violence and business instinct. The 3 characters were designed to be in conflict not just externally but internally, their values and methods and goals pulling against each other in ways that created drama without requiring an obvious villain. Michael wants peace and is too restless to accept it. Franklin wants opportunity and is too loyal to take it. Trevor wants Michael in some specific way that the game is never entirely explicit about, and drives everything toward that want regardless of what it costs everyone else. Ned Luke, Sean Fontano, and Stephen Ogg voice them. Fontano, as mentioned, had been a minor NPC in San Andreas. His casting as Franklin was partly an acknowledgement of that history, a way of honouring where the franchise had come from while making clear how far it had travelled. Luke brings to Michael something the character requires, the specific sadness of a man who got everything he wanted and discovered it wasn't what he was looking for. Ogg's Trevor is something the franchise hadn't quite had before, a character whose instability is both frightening and, in a specific context, funny. Trevor is a monster who notices that he's a monster and proceeds anyway. The world they move through is larger than any GTA world previously built. The state of San Andreas, a fictionalized Southern California containing both Los Santos and a large surrounding area of farmland, mountains, desert, ocean, and Blaine County, was described by the development team as bigger than Red Dead Redemption, GTA San Andreas, and GTA 4 combined. Field research teams were sent to California to document the specific quality of light, the architecture, the flora, the layout of neighborhoods. The studio made the decisions about what to exaggerate and what to preserve and what to invent, informed by the footage and photographs and notes from those research trips. The research trips produced specific decisions that are visible in the finished game if you know what to look for. The Vinewood Hills are based on the Hollywood Hills, not photographically accurate, but capturing the specific quality of large houses on steep slopes above a city, the way the land falls away below, the visual drama of wealth elevated above everything else. The desert of Blaine County carries the specific emptiness of the Mojave, the heat shimmer quality that makes distance deceptive. The Pacific Coast roads feel like Highway 1, dramatic and slightly dangerous. The research was not about copying, it was about identifying what each environment essentially was and then building the version of that essence that served the game's needs. The music in GTA 5 was the most ambitious soundtrack the franchise had produced in terms of the range of material licensed. Radio Los Santos continued the West Coast hip-hop tradition from San Andreas. Vinewood Boulevard Radio covered classic rock. West Coast Classics brought the early 1990s LA sound back for players who'd been with the series since San Andreas. Non-Stop Pop FM was pure contemporary pop. The Lowdown 91.1 covered R&B. Blood Money's Los Santos Rock Radio covered decades of rock. The radio stations together constituted a portrait of what the soundtrack of Southern California life sounded like across generations and demographics. The technical achievement of running this world on PS3 and Xbox 360 hardware is still discussed with something approaching awe by developers who remember what those machines were capable of. The 5x12 MB of RAM in the PS3, the disk streaming required to keep the world populated without loading screens, the resolution and draw distance compromises that had to be made and hidden so skillfully that most players never noticed them. Rockstar North's engineering team produced something that shouldn't have been possible on that hardware. Then they produced it on PS4 and Xbox One 14 months later, and it was so significantly better looking that it felt like a different game. The Rage engine was overhauled for GTA 5. The draw distance, how far the world could be seen from the player's position, was significantly extended. Euphoria remained for physics and character animation. The game ran on the PS3 and Xbox 360 hardware of 2013, which meant working within significant constraints, and it ran better on those constrained machines than most developers thought possible. The budget estimate that has circulated consistently is $265 million, split between development and marketing. This is an analyst estimate. Rockstar and Take-Two have never officially confirmed the figure, but it has been cited consistently enough across reputable sources that it's become the accepted number. At the time of release, it made GTA 5 the most expensive game ever made. What the budget number doesn't capture is the human cost of building something at this scale. Rockstar North in Edinburgh, Rockstar San Diego, Rockstar Lincoln, Rockstar New England. Each studio contributed teams to specific aspects of the project for years. The core creative decisions, story, characters, world, sat with Dan and Sam Houser and Leslie Benzies at Rockstar North, but the work of building the world they described was distributed across continents. Leslie Benzies, the president of Rockstar North through most of GTA 5's development, would later describe the process as managing thousands of interdependent decisions simultaneously. Every change to one system had implications for other systems. Changing the physics of a car affected the feel of every mission that involved driving. Changing the lighting model changed how every existing environment looked. The game was not built sequentially, it was built in parallel, hundreds of systems developing simultaneously, with the creative team making daily decisions about which direction each one should move in. The heist structure that runs through GTA 5's story was the solution to a problem Dan Houser had been thinking about since GTA 4. How do you give a game with multiple protagonists a structure that brings them together rather than dispersing them? The answer was robbery. Heists are, by definition, collaborative. They require multiple people with different skills to function simultaneously and correctly. The Pacific Bank heist that serves as GTA V's centerpiece sequence required all three protagonists working in roles determined by their individual abilities and the player's choices about how to approach the job. Michael planned. Franklin drove. Trevor was Trevor. The heists also gave the game a reason to exist in a world larger than any single character needed. The scale of the planned jobs required access to equipment, personnel, and information spread across the state of San Andreas. Exploring the map wasn't optional if you wanted the best crew and the best score. It was built into the story's economic logic. The three characters were also, from a design perspective, a solution to a different problem. The audience for GTA had diversified so significantly over the previous decade that no single protagonist could represent it. Michael was for the older players, the ones who had been with the franchise since GTA 3rd, who were now in their 30s and had complicated feelings about the success they'd accumulated and the life they'd built with it. Franklin was for the younger audience, the one that had grown up with San Andreas and wanted to see themselves in the world. Trevor was for the players who just wanted to cause chaos, who had spent their time in previous games ignoring the missions and seeing how long they could survive at 6 stars. This is not a cynical reading. It is based on the interviews the Hauser brothers gave around GTA 5's launch, roughly how they thought about it. They built characters for different GTA player types and then built a story that put those player types in meaningful conflict with each other. Development ceased on August 25th, 2013, when the game was submitted for manufacturing. 3 weeks later, it was in stores. The pre-release coverage for Grand Theft Auto V was extensive enough that by the time September 17th arrived, almost everyone with an active interest in gaming knew the game was coming. The question wasn't whether it would sell or whether it would be reviewed well. The question was how large the numbers would be. The numbers were larger than any analyst had projected. Grand Theft Auto V generated $815 million in its first 24 hours, 11.21 million copies. The numbers were verified by Guinness World Records, who dispatched adjudicators to monitor the launch in preparation for the records that were coming. The previous record for highest grossing entertainment product in 24 hours had been held by Call of Duty Black Ops 2, which had generated $500 million in its launch day. GTA 5 beat that by 63%, 3 days after release. September 20th, 2013, Take-Two announced that GTA 5 had surpassed $1 billion in sales. This made it the fastest entertainment product in history to reach that milestone. The two highest grossing films ever made at that point, Titanic and Avatar, had both needed considerably longer to reach 1 billion at the box office. GTA 5 did it in 72 hours. The Guinness records came on October 8th. 7 of them. Best-selling video game in 24 hours. Best-selling action-adventure video game in 24 hours. Highest grossing video game in 24 hours. Fastest entertainment property to gross $1 billion. Fastest video game to gross $1 billion, highest first-week revenue for a video game, most viewed trailer for an action-adventure video game. 6 weeks after launch, Rockstar had shipped nearly 29 million copies, already exceeding the total lifetime sales of GTA 4. By December 2014, 45 million copies had shipped. By July 2018, nearly 100 million. By March 2026, 230 million copies. The numbers compound into something that stops making intuitive sense after a point. 230 million copies is more than the population of Brazil. It is the third largest selling individual game of all time. Behind only Minecraft and Tetris, it has generated approximately $8.5 billion in lifetime revenue across its 13 years, and was still, in early 2026, selling approximately 5 million copies per quarter, 5 million copies per quarter, 13 years after release. To understand how unusual this is, consider the comparison. The highest grossing film of all time is Avatar, which has earned roughly $3 billion across 15 years of theatrical and home video sales. GTA 5 has earned nearly 3 times that in a single interactive format from a game that originally released in 2013 on hardware that no longer exists in most living rooms. The re-release strategy is part of the explanation. GTA 5 appeared on PS4 and Xbox One in November 2014, on Windows in April 2015, on PS5 and Xbox Series XS in March 2022. Each re-release found new players who hadn't owned the previous hardware and returning players who wanted the improved version. The March 2022 PS5 Xbox Series version introduced a new standalone version of GTA Online that could be downloaded for free, removing the barrier of needing to own GTA 5 first. That decision alone added millions of players, but re-releases don't explain 5 million copies per quarter in 2026. What explains that is something rarer. The game has retained genuine relevance across a decade. New players encounter it and find something worth hundreds of hours of time. Existing players return to it because the world Rockstar built in 2013 is still, in most measurable ways, more detailed and ambitious than the majority of games released since. The standard against which open-world games are measured is still set by a 13-year-old game. The critical response in 2013 was warm but more measured than the commercial response. Reviewers noted that the three-protagonist structure was formally innovative in ways that created as many problems as it solved. The transitions between characters could disrupt narrative momentum. The game's satirical targets, celebrity culture, real estate speculation, tech industry culture, government corruption, were broad and occasionally soft. These were not wrong observations. They were also not the observations that determined how many copies were sold. What the commercial response measured was something different from what the critical response evaluated. The accumulated goodwill of a franchise that had spent 12 years building exactly the kind of world people wanted to spend time in. GTA 5 arrived as the heir to GTA 3, Vice City, San Andreas, and GTA 4. Every player who had loved those games arrived at GTA 5 carrying that history, and GTA 5 delivered on what those games had promised better than any of them individually had. The three protagonists gave players more entry points into Los Santos than a single protagonist could have. The world's scale gave them more to find. The heist structure gave the story an architecture that connected everything else. The launch lines at GameStop locations on September 16, 2013, midnight launch lines, stretched around buildings in cities across North America, Europe, and Australia. People had taken days off work. Stores had requested additional security. The cultural event of GTA 5's launch had a quality that very few entertainment products achieve, the sense that something was happening right now and you needed to be there for it. That quality, the sense of a shared, simultaneous event, is something the internet generation of gaming is both better and worse at producing than previous generations. The message boards and subreddits and Twitter feeds lit up on September 17th in ways that previous GTA launches couldn't have achieved technically. Real-time discussions of missions, warnings about spoilers, shared discoveries of side content that nobody had seen in the preview coverage. The game was enormous enough that different players, playing simultaneously on launch day, were in completely different parts of the experience. The reviews came out alongside the launch rather than before it. GTA 5 received an embargo that lifted simultaneously with the game's availability, meaning that the reviews and the launch happened in the same news cycle. IGN's review was a 10 out of 10, GameSpot's was a 9, Metacritic placed the PS3 version at 97, the Xbox 360 version at 97, making it one of the highest rated releases the site had ever tracked. The specific content that reviewers celebrated was the world, not the missions, not the story, which most acknowledged as entertaining but deliberately over the top, not the three protagonist structure, which generated more divided opinion than the commercial response suggested, but the world. The experience of driving through Los Santos at different times of day, of watching the light change over the hills, of hearing the radio shift between stations, of finding a hiking trail in the mountains that led to a vista point overlooking the entire city. The game was the world. Everything else was an excuse to be in it. The moment that multiple reviewers cited as emblematic of what GTA 5 had achieved was one that no other game had managed in quite the same way. The transition from Los Santos's urban density to the Blaine County desert. Driving north out of the city, the buildings thinned, the traffic diminished, the radio stations changed their character, and the landscape opened into something bigger and quieter and more indifferent to your presence. The city shrank in the rearview mirror, the mountains appeared ahead. The game had made a space large enough that leaving one part of it felt like actually leaving. No loading screen, no transition, just the world changing around you as you moved through it. The specific achievement that this moment represents is worth articulating clearly because it's easy to describe it as a technical accomplishment and miss that it's actually a design accomplishment. Plenty of games by 2013 could render large environments without loading screens. What GTA 5 did that most of them couldn't was make each part of that environment feel distinctly different from every other part in terms of the experience of being there. The density and pressure of Los Santos, the emptiness and scale of the desert, the specific agricultural quality of the San Andreas Valley, the height and cold of Mount Chiliad, the Pacific Coast Road's combination of beauty and danger. Moving between these was not just traversal, it was change. This is what the franchise has always been trying to build from the three-city structure of the original Race and Chase design document through every subsequent game, a world where being in different parts of it feels genuinely different, a world that has its own internal geography of mood and character. GTA 5 achieved this at a scale that made every previous attempt look like a sketch toward the finished version. The commercial story of GTA 5 after its launch is, in some ways, more impressive than the launch itself. A game that sold 11 million copies in 24 hours, already record-breaking, went on to sell another 219 million copies over the following 13 years. That sustained performance is the real story. Lots of games launch well. No game in history has sustained GTA 5's level of commercial performance across anything like this time frame. The explanation is partly GTA Online, partly re-releases, and partly something harder to quantify. The game is genuinely good in ways that hold up. Players who return to GTA 5 in 2026, 13 years after its release, find a world that still outperforms most contemporary open-world games in terms of density, detail, and the quality of the things you can discover in it. The standard it set in 2013 has not been significantly exceeded by any single title in the time since. This is an unusual statement about any game. It would be an extraordinary statement about most games. About GTA 5, it's simply accurate, but the bigger part is GTA Online. GTA Online launched on October 1st, 2013, 2 weeks after GTA 5th. The launch was, by most accounts, a disaster. Server capacity was catastrophically inadequate for the player volume that arrived. Players attempting to access GTA Online encountered error messages, dropped connections, and corrupted save files. Some players lost their GTA Online characters entirely, the progress they'd built in the first sessions gone with no recovery mechanism. Rockstar's support infrastructure was overwhelmed within hours. IGN's reviewer, attempting to cover the launch, described conditions that made serious evaluation impossible. GameSpot's original review was later revised downward to a 6 out of 10, citing the technical problems as having overwhelmed whatever positives existed. The positives were real. The design of GTA Online, an open world shared by up to 30 players simultaneously, with missions, free roaming, and the freedom to pursue criminal enterprises either cooperatively or competitively, had genuine ambition. The ability to build and customize a character over time, earning money through missions and accumulating property and vehicles and weapons, gave players a framework for investment that went beyond any individual session. Within months of the rocky launch, the servers stabilized. Within a year, GTA Online had found its audience. Within 2 years, that audience was large enough that Rockstar had restructured its development priorities around serving it. The updates that followed over the next decade changed the game so thoroughly that GTA Online 2026 shares relatively little with GTA Online 2013 beyond the underlying engine and the fundamental Liberty City geography. The Beach Bum update in November 2013 was the first. Modest content additions, bug fixes, the foundation for what was coming. Valentine's Day content arrived in February 2014. The business update, the High Life update, the Independence Day special, each adding content, each adding reasons to return. The free roam multiplayer events, the co-op missions, the racing modes, the specific arc of GTA Online's development from 2013 to 2026 has a shape that's worth understanding. The first 2 years were about establishing the foundation, missions, money, the core criminal activity loop. The middle years, from 2015 to 2019, were about expansion, introducing new criminal enterprises, building out the economy, adding the kind of content that required sustained engagement over weeks rather than sessions. The casino was the peak of this period, a piece of content so large that it had its own sub-narrative, its own missions, its own economy within the economy. The final years, from 2020 to 2026, were about refinement and spectacle. The solo-friendly Cayo Perico, the celebrity tie-in with Dr. Dre's The Contract, the escalating payouts and production values that acknowledged the player base was aging and had both more money and more experience than they'd had at launch. Each phase attracted slightly different players. The early years attracted the completionists and the competitive players, the ones who wanted to own everything and be seen in the best vehicles. The middle years attracted the builders, players who wanted properties, businesses, the specific satisfaction of having a criminal empire with infrastructure behind it. The later years attracted the players who had tried GTA Online before and returned for specific content, treating it like a television series they checked back into when something new aired. The economics of this audience evolution drove Shark card sales in interesting ways. Players returning for the contract in 2021 often found themselves wanting to buy the nightclub they'd missed in the After Hours update 3 years earlier. The content layers created ongoing demand for the currency that bought them. A player who hadn't been active since 2017, returning in 2022, was looking at approximately 5 years of updates to catch up on, an amount of content that, played normally, would take hundreds of hours to fully explore. Shark cards with a fast-forward button. This model, creating more content than any engaged player could earn their way through at reasonable speed, and then selling currency acceleration to players who wanted access to that content. is either a predatory business practice or a fair exchange for thousands of hours of free updates, depending on how you look at it. The community has argued about it since shark cards were introduced in 2013, and both sides of the argument have merit. What is not in dispute is that the model worked financially and that GTA Online remained, a decade into its existence, the most popular live service game in the world that wasn't a battle royale or a sports simulator. The Heists update in March 2015 was the turning point. 5 multi-stage heists, each requiring a team of 2 to 4 players to complete a series of setup missions before executing a final robbery. The Fleexa job, the prison break, the Humane Labs raid, Series A funding, the Pacific Standard. Each heist demanded coordination, timing, and a division of labor that made playing with other people feel genuinely necessary rather than optional. The payouts were the highest available in GTA Online at the time. Players who cleared the Pacific Standard perfectly under a time limit with no members dying received the biggest bonus available. The social quality that heists produced was qualitatively different from the co-op missions that had been available in GTA Online from its launch. A co-op mission required collaboration, a heist required trust. Players were responsible to each other in ways that the game made explicit. If you disconnected in the middle of the Pacific Standard finale, you cost your teammates their cut after an hour of careful setup. The social stakes were real. The friendships that GTA Online heists produced across platforms and borders and time zones are not entirely different from the friendships that other sustained cooperative experiences produce. They were built inside a robbery. The late 2010s period of GTA Online is when the game found its mature form. The gun-running update in June 2017 introduced the fundamental business model that would characterize the game's economy for the next several years. Buy an underground facility, start a production business, weapons manufacturing, motorcycle club, drug operations, nightclub management, and let it generate passive income while you were doing other things. This structure, running a portfolio of criminal businesses that produced money at a low rate you could top up by playing actively, gave the game an economic layer that operated over days and weeks rather than hours. You logged in, you collected your income, you invested it in the next property. The game was there waiting for you, accumulating on your behalf. The Doomsday Heist in December 2017 was the largest content addition in GTA Online's history to that point. 3 acts, each with setup missions and a finale, organized around an artificial intelligence that had gone rogue and a government agency trying to stop it. The narrative scale was cinematic in a way that earlier GTA Online content had not been. The finale of Act 3 took players underground, through a heavily fortified base, and into a confrontation that took most groups multiple attempts to complete. The experience of playing the Doomsday Heist with a reliable team across the full arc of its 3 acts was a 4 to 6 hour commitment that produced something more like a shared memory than a gaming session. The Diamond Casino and Resort, which opened in July 2019, was the most ambitious single-location addition in GTA Online's history. A functioning casino, slot machines, blackjack, roulette, poker, horse racing, built inside the GTA Online world and populated with its own staff and its own story. The casino heist that accompanied it in December 2019 was the most complex heist ever added to GTA Online, with multiple approach options, silent and sneaky, aggressive, disguise, scope options for what inside the vault you were targeting, and a preparation process that could run as long as the player wanted to spend on it. Some players spent hours preparing. The more they prepared, the larger the possible payout. The Cayo Perico heist in December 2020 changed GTA Online's accessibility fundamentally. Set on a private island owned by a fictional drug cartel leader, it was the first major heist that could be completed entirely solo, no team required. This was a deliberate design response to the reality that not every player had 3 reliable friends to coordinate with. Solo completion paid less than group completion, but it paid enough to matter. The Cayo Perico heist became the most efficient money-earning method in GTA Online for years after its release, largely because a skilled solo player could complete it in under an hour and earn more than most team activities paid per hour. The contract in December 2021 was Rockstar's most ambitious storytelling addition to GTA Online. Franklin Clinton, one of GTA V's 3 protagonists, now an adult running a celebrity solutions agency called F. Clinton and Partner, contacts the player's GTA Online character and offers work. The work involves recovering unreleased music stolen from Dr. Dre, the real rap artist who recorded 30 minutes of original music specifically for this update. The presence of Dr. Dre, not a fictionalized version, but the actual artist, with his voice, his music, his professional identity, inside GTA Online, was a statement about the franchise's cultural standing. This was a game that could bring one of the most significant figures in the history of hip-hop into its world and have it feel natural. The updates continued. Los Santos Drug Wars in December 2022, The Chop Shop in December 2023, Money Fronts in 2025, each one adding content, each one free to all existing GTA Online players. 40 plus major updates over 12 years, each free, each adding content rather than replacing what was there. The world of GTA Online grew in layers, each edition sitting on top of the previous ones, creating an environment so dense with things to do that new players in 2026 arrive in a game they can spend hundreds of hours in before they encounter the boundaries. This density is itself a kind of achievement. Most live service games shed content as they add it. Older material becomes obsolete, gets removed or deprioritized, disappears from the active player experience. GTA Online's design kept almost everything active. A mission that launched in 2014 is still playable in 2026. A property bought in 2016 still generates income. The nightclub opened in 2018 is still there, still hosting events, still connected to the criminal businesses that players built years before the update existed. The game accumulated without discarding, which meant that the longer you had been there, the more you had. The longer you'd invested, the more your investment was worth. For players who had been in GTA Online since October 2013, by 2026, they were operating criminal empires of absurd complexity, motorcycles, gun running, a nightclub, a submarine for drug heists, a large facility with a doomsday heist missile defense system, an island infiltration capability from Cayo Perico, a fully operational music studio from the contract, plus the accumulated vehicles and weapons and properties of 12 years of updates. The character those players operated was, in a literal sense, the most powerful criminal character available in any interactive fiction. GTA 6, when it launches, will offer a fresh start. Lucia and Jason will begin with nothing. The player who has been in GTA Online since launch will walk away from that empire and begin again in Leonida. What they take with them is not the inventory. It's the knowledge of how this franchise builds, of what it rewards, of the specific pleasure of building something in a Rockstar world that has its own logic and responds to investment with more to invest in. That knowledge was built over 12 years. The next era starts November 19th, 2026. The monetization model that sustained all of this was Shark Cards, in-game currency sold for real money. Players who wanted to skip the earning process and buy expensive vehicles, properties, or weapons immediately could do so by purchasing shark cards in denominations from 100,000 in-game currency to $8,000. Rockstar's support pages were clear that shark cards were optional. They were equally clear that earning through gameplay alone required significantly more hours than most players had. The model worked. By 2023, in-game purchases represented 78% of Take-Two Interactive's total revenue. The GTA Online roleplay community deserves a specific mention because it created something that Rockstar didn't design for and couldn't fully control. PC servers running modification software allowed players to create custom GTA Online environments, heavily modded servers where participants played as police officers, emergency responders, criminals, business owners, and ordinary citizens in an improvised, continuous narrative. NoPixel became the most famous of these servers, attracting streamers and audiences of hundreds of thousands of viewers who watched other people live their GTA Online lives as if they were characters in an ongoing television series. The content on these servers was collaborative fiction built inside Rockstar's world, and it created a secondary audience for GTA 5 that didn't overlap cleanly with the primary gaming audience. The RP phenomenon deserves more careful attention than it usually gets in histories of GTA because it reveals something about what the franchise built that even Rockstar may not have fully anticipated. NoPixel and its competitor servers weren't just GTA 5 being played differently, they were GTA 5's world being used as a stage for a fundamentally different kind of content, improv theatre, essentially, with a budget of however many hours the participants had put into their GTA Online characters. The streamer XQC, playing a corrupt police officer named Jean-Paul on NoPixel in 2021, drew 100,000 live viewers to a single session of GTA Online roleplay. That is a mainstream entertainment audience for a game that was 8 years old at the time. Rockstar eventually formalized their support for the 5M modification platform that powered most RP servers, acquiring the company behind it in 2023 and creating official channels for RP server operators to work within Rockstar's framework rather than around it. This was an admission, tacit but clear, that the RP community had created something valuable enough to keep rather than shut down. The economics of shark cards are worth sitting with. GTA 5 cost an estimated $265 million to develop and market. GTA Online has generated what analysts estimate is several $billion in revenue through shark card sales alone, on top of the game's retail sales. The investment in GTA 5 produced one of the most profitable single assets in entertainment industry history, not just through the initial sale of the game, but through a decade of ongoing engagement with a live service layer that generated more money than the base game. This financial architecture, a base game that sold 100 million copies and a live service that monetized those players indefinitely, became the model that the entire games industry tried to replicate in GTA 5's wake. Ubisoft attempted versions of it. EA attempted versions of it. Activision's Call of Duty Warzone was the most commercially successful competitor approach. None of them achieved the combination of world quality and player investment that made GTA Online work so well for so long. The world mattered. Players stayed in GTA Online not just because of the shark card incentives or the update cycle, but because Los Santos was a good place to spend time in. That quality is not replicable through business strategy alone. GTA Online was also, bluntly, the reason GTA 6 took as long as it did. A sequel to GTA 5, once it arrived, would need to absorb the players and the energy that GTA Online was still generating. From Rockstar's perspective, there was a genuine question about whether releasing GTA 6 before GTA Online had exhausted its audience would damage the live service that was making them hundreds of millions of dollars per year. The answer they settled on was, wait, keep building, let GTA Online run as long as it runs, and when GTA 6 comes it will be large enough to justify ending one era and beginning the next. The problem was that nobody told the world when that moment had arrived, so the world waited. And then, on a night in September 2022, a 17-year-old boy with a confiscated laptop and an Amazon Fire TV stick decided to show everyone what they'd been waiting for. Before September 18th, 2022, Grand Theft Auto 6 had never been officially acknowledged to exist. That sentence needs sitting with for a moment. Rockstar had not confirmed the title. They had not denied it. Take-Two's investor calls had referenced groundbreaking upcoming titles in language that everyone interpreted as referring to a GTA sequel without quite saying so. Jason Schreier at Bloomberg had reported in July 2022 that development had restarted following a period of internal reassessment. None of this was official. None of it was confirmed. Aryan Kurtaj was 17 years old. He was from Oxfordshire, England. He was a member of Lapsus, an international hacking collective that had spent 2022 executing a series of high-profile cyber attacks against some of the largest technology companies in the world: Nvidia, Samsung, Microsoft, Uber, Okta. The group's approach relied primarily on social engineering, using compromised credentials and manipulation of human systems rather than pure technical exploitation. They were effective at finding gaps between how security was supposed to work and how people actually implemented it. Kurtaj had been arrested in connection with earlier Lapsus activity in the spring of 2022. He was released on bail. As part of the conditions of his bail, his laptop was confiscated. His ability to work online was theoretically curtailed. He checked into a hotel room. He used the Amazon Fire TV stick that the hotel provided. He used his mobile phone. He connected to Rockstar Games' internal Slack workspace through compromised employee credentials and began moving through the company's internal network. What he found were development files for an unannounced game, footage, gameplay clips, roughly 90 videos of an in-development title that had never been publicly shown. He downloaded them. On September 18th, 2022, under the username TeapotUberHacker, he posted download links to these clips on GTA forums. Then he went to 4chan. The footage spread across the internet within hours in a way that could not be contained. Screenshots, mirrors, re-uploads, frame-by-frame analyses, discussion threads running in real time on every platform that hosted gaming content. The footage showed things that the gaming world had been speculating about for years. A modern city clearly based on Miami. Two protagonists, a young woman with dark hair and a muscular man, names not yet given. Mission structures, NPC behavior, police response systems, vehicle handling, interior environments, the specific aesthetic of an in-development Rockstar game, rough in places, clearly work in progress, but unmistakably the next Grand Theft Auto. Take-Two Interactive issued DMCA takedown notices within hours. The GTA forums threads were locked or removed. Major gaming sites received legal warnings about hosting the footage. Most complied. On September 19, 2022, Rockstar Games released a statement confirming that the footage was real. It was, they said, early unfinished material from an in-development project. They were disappointed and distressed by the breach. They promised that disruption to live game services or upcoming releases was not expected. They committed to sharing information about the game when it was ready. UK police arrested Kurtaj. He was already a person of interest in multiple Lapsus investigations. He had been on bail when he carried out the Rockstar hack. His arrest came while lapsus-related prosecutions were ongoing. The trial, which came in 2023, had an unusual outcome. A jury found that Kurtaj had committed the offences described. He was also found unfit to stand trial in the conventional sense due to his severe autism, which affected his ability to participate in the proceedings meaningfully. The judge sentenced him to an indefinite stay in a secure hospital under the UK Mental Health Act, with the determination that he would remain there until mental health professionals concluded he no longer posed a risk of reoffending. From a hotel room, using devices available to any guest, he had executed what became known as one of the largest leaks in gaming history. The gaming community's reaction to the September 18, 2022 leak was unlike the reaction to most leaks, because most leaks produce blurry screenshots or unverifiable rumors. This produced 90 clips of actual gameplay, including audio, from a game that had not been announced. The community didn't need to speculate about whether it was real. It was obviously real, in the same way that your living room is obviously your living room when you see a photograph of it. The architecture of the game world in the clips was too specific, too internally consistent, too detailed to be anything other than genuine development footage. Frame-by-frame analyses appeared on Reddit and GTA forums within hours. The Unreal Engine UI elements visible in some clips were identified and dated. The draw distance and NPC density were analyzed as indicative of what hardware generation the game was targeting. The female protagonist's character model was examined for details that hadn't yet been confirmed by any official source. By the morning of September 19th, before Rockstar had even confirmed the leak was real, the community had produced something approaching a preliminary technical specification of GTA 6 based entirely on stolen footage viewed in low resolution on a hotel television. This is what happens when a franchise has spent 30 years building a dedicated community of people who understand its technology and pay close attention to everything it does. The analysis was not idle curiosity. It was decades of accumulated expertise being applied immediately to new information. Rockstar's September 19th statement confirming the footage was real came about 24 hours after the leak appeared. The company described it as an extremely disappointing breach, confirmed that the footage was genuine but early and unfinished, and asked its audience to treat the material as what it was, an incomplete work in progress, rather than as a reliable preview of the final game. The statement was measured and carefully worded. It also came too late to contain anything. The footage had been mirrored tens of thousands of times across platforms in multiple countries. A significant fraction of the internet had seen it. Take-Two's financial market's impact was real but limited. The company's stock dropped modestly in the days following the announcement. Investors concerned about production delays or schedule disruptions before recovering as it became clear that the breach had not compromised the game's core development pipeline. The timeline was confirmed as unchanged. The content was confirmed as genuine. The production team was confirmed as unaffected. Kurtaj's position within Lapsus was as a technical specialist whose ability to move through large corporate networks had been demonstrated against targets as significant as Microsoft and Nvidia. He was not, by the accounts of investigators who examined his activity, a particularly sophisticated technical actor in the conventional sense. His methods relied more on social engineering and the exploitation of human trust than on code. The Rockstar breach was executed using credentials obtained from an employee rather than from a zero-day vulnerability in Rockstar's infrastructure. The employee whose credentials were used was phished, sent a convincing communication that led them to provide access. From that access, Kurtaj moved through the company's Slack workspace and reached the development files. The security implications for the games industry were significant. If Rockstar Games, a company with every incentive to protect its most valuable asset. A forthcoming GTA game could be breached through employee credential theft. The same method could work against any studio. The breach accelerated security review processes at major games publishers, particularly around the protection of materials for unannounced titles. The footage was authenticated by the community within days through a process that required no official confirmation. Specific buildings visible in the leaked clips appeared in the same positions in the official trailer that Rockstar released 3 months later. The first official trailer came on December 4th, 2023. It was originally scheduled for December 5th at 9 in the morning Eastern Time. Less than 16 hours before the scheduled premiere, a lower quality version of the trailer appeared online, overlaid with the text, "By BTC." Rockstar moved the release forward to 6 in the evening on December 4th, releasing it before the stolen version could define the first impression. The song on the official trailer was "Love is a Long Road" by Tom Petty. The opening image was palm trees and a highway and the specific quality of Florida late afternoon light. Then Vice City, the neon, the beach, the density of it, the sense of a place that had been waiting 12 years for the franchise to come back. The trailer accumulated 90 million views on YouTube within 24 hours. It became the most viewed gaming trailer in YouTube's history. The second trailer arrived on May 6th, 2025. Across all platforms, it generated 475 million views in its first 24 hours. Hot Together by the Pointer Sisters, featured prominently, saw a 182,000% increase in Spotify streams the day the trailer dropped. Jason Duval's opening line, "Just fixing some leaks," was interpreted by the entire gaming community as a direct acknowledgement of the breach. Rockstar never confirmed the interpretation. The delays came in sequences. November 5th, 2025. Rockstar announced the release would move from May 26th, 2026 to November 19th, 2026. These extra months, the statement read, will allow us to finish the game with the level of polish you have come to expect and deserve. Pre-orders went live on June 25th, 2026, Standard Edition at $79.99. Ultimate Edition at $99.99. The pre-order bonus was called the Vintage Vice City Pack, classic cars, period clothing, and a weapon skin modelled on Tommy Vercetti's preferred armaments from the 2002 game. Preloading for the game begins November 12th, 2026, 7 days before release. Everything the GTA series has been building toward for 29 years arrives on November 19th, 2026. Let that number sit for a moment. 29 years from the day Grand Theft Auto shipped on MS-DOS to the day Grand Theft Auto 6 reaches shelves. 2 decades and 9 years. The children who played the original game in 1997 are now in their mid-30s. The teenagers who discovered GTA 3rd in 2001 are in their late 30s and early 40s. The series has been with its audience long enough that parents who played Vice City have children who are themselves old enough to play GTA 6. What we know about the new game, drawn from 2 official trailers, a substantial set of screenshots, character biography pages on Rockstar's website, and the confirmed details from the September 2022 leak, is more than we knew about most GTA games at this stage of their pre-release cycle, and still considerably less than anyone would like. The game is set in the state of Leonida. This is a fictional version of Florida, not just Miami, but the whole of it. From urban coast to subtropical wetland to forested highland, the Leonida that Rockstar has built encompasses at least 5 named counties: Vice City proper, Grass Rivers, a swamp environment where airboats move through gator-filled water, Leonida Keys, an island archipelago to the south inspired by the Florida Keys, Mount Caligar National Park, a forested highland in the north, and Ambrosia County, an industrial region to the northwest. Port Gellhorn, described in character materials as a seedy backwater full of strip clubs and rancid motels, adds a sixth named location. Community analysis of the trailer footage has estimated the playable area at roughly 125 square kilometers of land, though this has not been confirmed. The protagonists are Lucia Caminos and Jason Duval. Lucia is the more defined of the two in Rockstar's official character materials. Her father, the biography states, taught her to fight as soon as she could walk. She was imprisoned at some point before the game's story begins. The exact circumstances are unknown, and the materials suggest that luck played a role in her release. She grew up between Florida and somewhere else, which the game doesn't specify yet. She is the franchise's first female protagonist in a numbered entry, a milestone that the coverage has noted extensively and that the game itself seems uninterested in treating as its central drama. Jason Duval grew up around criminals. He served in the army. He's living when the game begins, with Lucia in Leonida, working odd jobs for a man named Brian Heder, unambitiously waiting for whatever comes next. He worries about the future. The official materials suggest that his worry is well-founded. The story, in the broad strokes that have been confirmed, involves a heist that goes wrong. After the job fails in ways nobody planned for, Lucia and Jason find themselves entangled in something larger than a robbery, a criminal conspiracy that extends across the entire state of Leonida, apparently involving both the Vice City Police Department and organized crime at a scale that their individual skill sets would not normally qualify them to engage with. They have each other and a few named supporters: Cal Hampton, Jason's friend; Brian Heder, the retired drug runner; Drequan Priest, a record producer who appears in the materials. Rockstar has described this as a Bonnie and Clyde story. The framing, two people against the world, their relationship the core around which everything else rotates, is different from anything the franchise has done with its protagonists before. GTA 3 had a silent man. Vice City had a gangster who took over a city. San Andreas had a man trying to reclaim his family. GTA 4 had an immigrant trying to escape his past. GTA 5 had three men in uneasy alliance. GTA 6 has two people trying to survive together, which is a smaller and more human premise than most of the franchise's previous setups. The smaller premise matters. GTA Fiz's satirical canvas was enormous. It mocked everything from celebrity worship to financial fraud to tech bro culture to government surveillance, and it did so with varying degrees of success. The breadth was impressive and occasionally exhausting. GTA 6, based on what the trailers and official materials have shown, is narrowing the focus. The target of the satire is still clearly there: social media culture, influencer economics, Florida's specific brand of excess. But the emotional center appears to be the relationship between two people rather than the critique of a system. This is a risk. The GTA audience has been trained to expect scope. Three protagonists and a map the size of a country set expectations that two protagonists in a single state will need to overcome. Rockstar's bet, visible in every piece of material they've released, is that depth will compensate for breadth. That spending 15 minutes with Lucia and Jason will feel like more than spending an hour with Michael, Franklin, and Trevor, spread thin across a map the size of Southern California. The world they're moving through appears to justify that bet. The Leonida that emerges from the two trailers is not simply Miami with the serial numbers filed off. It is a Florida, an imagined Florida, built with the kind of specificity that the franchise has always brought to its fictional settings. The Leonida Keys, visible in the second trailer, have the specific quality of light and humidity that the real Florida Keys carry. Grass rivers, the swamp environment uses airboat sequences and the specific visual language of subtropical wetlands, cypress trees, murky brown water, things moving just below the surface. Mount Calaga, the forested highland in the north, is visually distinct from everything south of it. The weather system visible in the footage appears more sophisticated than anything in previous GTA entries. Rain accumulates differently in different environments. The lighting tracks through the day with a specificity that makes individual hours feel different from each other. The sunset that appears in the background of certain shots in Trailer 2 is, and this is a strange thing to say about a video game, beautiful in a way that few games achieve. The music choices across both trailers were not accidental. Tom Petty for the reveal, a Florida artist, a working-class American voice, a song about perseverance over time, the Pointer Sisters for the action-focused second trailer, energy, joy, movement, the specific kind of fun that the series has always understood better than it's sometimes given credit for. Neither choice was calculated to appeal to a demographic, and both choices were made by people who understood what they were building and chose sounds that matched the thing. The cover art released on June 18, 2026, shows Lucia and Jason against a Florida sky, with a large alligator prominently featured at the bottom. The gaming community immediately named the alligator Auto. Whether it appears in the game or is purely symbolic is unknown. The game does not have a confirmed PC release date. It ships November 19th for PS5 and Xbox Series XRS. The pre-order details, revealed on June 25th, 2026, confirmed a standard edition at $79.99 and an ultimate edition at $99. The vintage Vice City Pack pre-order bonus includes period-specific cars, clothing options from Tommy Vercetti's era, and a weapon skin designed around the 1986 aesthetic. This bonus is an acknowledgement of the franchise's history, a nod to the players who have been here since 2002, who remember the first time they drove through Vice City with Flock of Seagulls playing from the Banshee's radio. Those players are now in their late 30s and early 40s. Their kids are the age they were when Vice City came out. The community analysis that has accumulated around GTA 6 confirmed details is more extensive than that which preceded any previous GTA launch, largely because the September 2022 leak gave the community nearly 4 years of material to examine. Buildings identified in the leaked footage were matched against real Florida geography. NPC animations were analyzed for what they revealed about character customization systems. Vehicle physics, visible in a few seconds of driving footage, were compared against GTA 5's handling model. What the community has concluded, with the caveat that none of this is officially confirmed, GTA 6 appears to have a more detailed economy system than previous games. NPCs in the leaked footage appear to conduct transactions, carry phones, and engage in behaviors suggesting a more complex, ambient social simulation than anything in GTA 5. The water physics visible in some swamp sequences appear significantly more advanced than anything in GTA 5 or Red Dead Redemption 2. The lighting system, visible across dozens of leaked clips taken at different times of day, appears to use a volumetric approach that produces more realistic dawn and dusk transitions than previous Rockstar games. The wildlife that appears in several leaked clips, alligators prominently, but also birds and smaller animals, suggests an ecosystem simulation similar to that in Red Dead Redemption 2, but presumably updated for the decade of development since that game shipped. Whether wildlife plays a meaningful gameplay role or exists purely as world building is unknown. What is confirmed, GTA 6 on November 19th, 2026, for PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series XS only, preloading from November 12th, standard and ultimate editions, the vintage Vice City pack for pre-orders, State of Leonida as the fictional Florida setting, Lucia Caminos and Jason Duval as protagonists, a story involving a heist that goes wrong and the consequences that follow. Everything else, the specific size of the map, the full range of gameplay systems, the extent of GTA Online's replacement, arrives November 19th, 2026, or whenever Rockstar tells you it arrives. The industry has learned not to mark the calendar too hard. The development budget is estimated, depending on who is calculating it, at somewhere between $1 billion and $2 billion. Rockstar and Take-Two have not confirmed a figure. Whatever it is, the combination of the development cost and the expected revenue means that GTA 6 is simultaneously the most expensive piece of entertainment media ever produced, and, on the available projections, the safest investment in the history of the entertainment industry. The risk profile of a $2 billion game that is expected to earn $10 billion in its first year is, as one analyst put it, considerably better than that of most things you could spend $2 billion on. None of this, none of the projections or the milestones or the records being set before the game has shipped a single copy, would exist without the things that happened before it, without 4 teenagers in a computer club in Dundee in 1984, without a 6-game deal with Psygnosis and a game called Menace, without Lemmings and the 20 million copies that gave a small Scottish studio the money to experiment, without the 30 months of failed development that produced a working game by accident, without Max Clifford planting stories in the Daily Mail, without the PlayStation 2 and Aaron Garbutt's decision that a city should be a place you lived in, not a thing you played, without Ray Liotta answering the phone and agreeing to create a character that wasn't there before he started, without Carl C.J. Johnson and the walk animations that Rockstar's animators had to redo halfway through development because each gang needed to move differently, without Patrick Wildenborg and his modification and the political storm it produced, without Nico Bellic and the Euphoria engine and 300 minutes of facial animation, without the 3 protagonists of GTA 5 and the 230 million copies they've moved in 13 years, without GTA Online's decade of updates and the audience it kept alive long enough for the next thing to be ready, without Arian Kurtage and a hotel television and a Fire Stick and the largest leak in gaming history, without Tom Petty singing over Florida sunlight in December 2023 and 90 million people watching in the first day, without the police car glitch in 1996 that nobody asked for and nobody corrected, Grand Theft Auto has always been at its core a franchise built on accidents, on things that weren't supposed to happen, on bugs that became features, on controversies that became publicity, on capabilities that exceeded what the teams believed was possible until someone proved otherwise. The franchise's history reads less like a strategic plan executed over 3 decades and more like a series of improvisations, each one building on the last, each one arriving at something that couldn't have been predicted from the one that came before. The accidents that shaped the franchise deserve to be named clearly because understanding them changes how you understand the franchise itself. The first accident, a police AI glitch in a top-down driving game in 1996, a coding error that made cops behave like they'd decided to die rather than be outrun. That glitch became the emotional heart of a game about consequence, the feeling that the world is paying attention to what you've done and intends to respond to it. The second accident, the Lemmings phenomenon. Nobody predicted 20 million copies. The money those sales generated funded experiments that a studio operating on pure commercial logic would never have funded. Without Lemmings' unexpected success, there is no financial breathing room for Race and Chase. There is no Race and Chase, there is no GTA. The third accident, the September 11th delay that pushed GTA 3's launch back 3 weeks and gave the team time to remove content that would have become a different kind of controversy in that specific moment. What shipped in October 2001 was better for those 3 weeks of reconsideration. The fourth accident, Patrick Wildenborg finding hidden code in San Andreas and releasing it. The hot coffee scandal generated the kind of political backlash that could have damaged the franchise permanently and instead produced stricter internal review processes, a settled legal case, and a statue of Hillary Clinton holding a coffee cup hidden in the next game. The franchise emerged from it stronger. The fifth accident, Ariane Curtage in a hotel room with a fire stick. The September 2022 leak should have been a catastrophe. The most valuable unreleased game in history, its footage circulating globally before a single word had been officially confirmed. Instead, it became the event that proved how eager the world was for GTA 6, demonstrated the franchise's undiminished cultural hold, and generated the kind of organic publicity that no marketing campaign could have bought. A franchise built on 5 major accidents across 30 years and still going. That's not incompetence or carelessness. That's a company that has built a culture of responding to the unexpected, of seeing what breaks and asking why the breaking is interesting. Lucia and Jason are next. The state of Leonida is waiting. The neon of Vice City is still lit. And somewhere in Rockstar's servers there is a build of GTA 6 that nobody outside the studio has seen yet, a version of the game that is, by all available evidence, the largest and most detailed interactive world ever built. A city and a state and a story and 2 protagonists standing in it, waiting for November 19th to arrive. Whatever is in that build, whatever the story does and wherever the world extends, and however Lucia and Jason navigate what's coming for them, it arrives November 19th, 2026, and it carries 29 years of history in its code. The question that started this story was, what if the police car had just driven normally? The answer is that Grand Theft Auto is not what it became. The open-world genre that GTA 3 defined is not invented by Rockstar in 2001. Someone else defines it differently on a different schedule, with different aesthetics. Vice City's 1986 Miami doesn't exist in the way it exists. San Andreas's Carl Johnson doesn't become a touchstone for a generation of players who had never seen themselves at the center of a crime story this large. Nico Bellic's immigration story, the one about what it costs to come from a broken place and try to build something in a place that markets itself as fixed, doesn't get told in this specific way. And GTA 6 arriving on November 19th, 2026, with Lucia Caminos and Jason Duval, and the full weight of what Rockstar has learned to build in 3 decades. That game doesn't exist as the thing it is, all of that from a bug. The strange, recursive quality of this history is worth sitting with one final moment before we reach Leonida. The franchise built on an accident has spent 29 years trying to build intentionally what the accident produced accidentally. Every GTA game since the original has been an attempt to recreate the specific feeling of that broken police AI, the feeling that the world is alive, that it has opinions about you, that your actions genuinely matter to it. The technology has gotten better, the budgets have gotten larger, the worlds have gotten more detailed and more populated and more responsive, and yet the goal has remained the same: make the player feel like the city is real and make the city's response to them feel personal. That is not a technical problem, it is an artistic one, and it is the reason that Rockstar has spent more money and employed more people and built more square kilometers of fictional real estate than any entertainment company in history. Not to make a game, to make a feeling. The feeling started in a glitch. It is still being chased at a cost of several $billions in a studio in Edinburgh 30 years later. from a fish and chip shop in Dundee to the biggest entertainment launch in history, from a police car that broke in a way nobody planned to the most anticipated interactive experience ever made. That's what Grand Theft Auto is, a glitch that grew into an empire, and the empire is still growing. If you want to be here when it all unfolds, when the reviews come in and the stories get told, and the characters from GTA 6 become the ones we'll be talking about for the next decade, this channel is where we'll be doing it. The subscribe button is right below this video. Don't miss what's coming. And if you want to go deeper before November, the complete story of GTA Phase 3 protagonists, Michael and Franklin and Trevor, and the heist that connected them, is already on this channel. Click the video on your screen and we'll meet you there.